All right, everyone, hello and welcome to the first lesson of the free online private pilot ground school. My name is David Teschen. I'm going to be your instructor over the next 4 weeks. There are 12 classes. We'll be together for the next roughly 42 hours over that period of time. And I am with Check Ride Prep. Welcome, everybody. I am seeing everybody log in. We still have some stragglers out there, which is perfectly fine. I will make a few announcements before we actually get going as well, but it's great to see people. We've got people all the way up from Alaska, all the way down to the tip of Florida, and all the way in the Maine area and all across the country. So hailing from all time zones, and we have people from outside the United States. So I see people from our neighbors to the north in Canada. We also have folks all across Europe, some from parts of Southeast Asia as well. So welcome to all of you that are kind of the early risers, if it will. But a couple things that I'll kind of start off with before we really get going is this is really the first 30, 40 minutes. We have to go through some admin stuff. If you've ever taken a high school class, I'm sure everybody has, or a college class, and you kind of reflect back on your days, that is really kind of where we go through how the course works and how to navigate and what are the requirements and those types of things. I will go through all of that in the first 30 minutes, and then you guys can kind of figure it out from there. In addition to that, we will also be talking about our privileges and limitations. What's the purpose of this class? Why do we need or why do we want a private pilot class? But I just want to make sure that everybody here is in the right place. This is an intro class. This is a beginner's class. It does cover everything that you would need in order to basically sit for the private pilot exam, which is basically something that the FAA has at certain testing centers out there. In addition to that, if you're a rusty pilot, you've been outside or away from flying for a little bit, this is a perfect course as a refresher to get you ready for that flight review and kind of bring your knowledge up to scruff. For those that don't know what I mean, you will learn all about that next week when we talk about regulations. If you're a passenger and you're just one of those folks that loves to look out the window on the airliners, great class for you as well. If you're just looking for general knowledge or anything like that, this is perfect to attend this class as well. So we welcome everybody. Just to kind of let you guys know, you guys are in good hands. Since the pandemic started, when we started offering these free classes, we've actually had about over 65,000 students take our classes online with us, and 93% of that 65,000 folks have actually passed our classes, and 99% go on to take the FAA exam first time, pass it the first time with no issues. Okay, so for those that are always wondering in their back of their mind, all right, so is this a scam? Is this anything else? I assure you, you guys can come to your own conclusions on that, but I hope to make you guys believers by the time we're done here. And I'll show you guys the course material and everything else. You are not responsible for paying a dime out of your pocket. I have recommended materials that I'll introduce to you guys. Keep in mind, they're completely recommendations for this course. They're not necessary, although they are helpful to supplement the material. In addition to that, we do not charge for your testing endorsement or anything along those lines. We'll go in through, this is just one piece of the puzzle. In order to get your pilot's license, you still have to fly an airplane. I always find it humorous when I read the comments on Facebook. So you can fly an airplane after just 40 hours of class on a simulator. It doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, it does not work that way, and for good reason and for safety. A couple other things that I'm going to mention to you guys before we get started. If anybody here is not able to log into their account, we do have our IT team available on the help desk, or you can actually ping them or message them on Facebook Messenger as well at any point in time. They can get you reset in real time here. In the event you were unable or you did not receive an email to log into your account, don't worry. You can always watch on Facebook or YouTube, and we also record all of these lessons. So for the East Coasters out there, I know at the very end of the class, it gets a little bit late for you. Do not worry if you need to drop off, which most students do. You can always catch the recording after the live class concludes. So where you guys are currently watching it, we basically replace the live stream and basically put up the video. It takes us about an hour and a half or 2 hours to actually transcode it and get all the wheels going behind the scenes and actually replace it. So if you feel like for whatever reason you can't attend a class or it's getting a little late, 11 o'clock p.m. East Coast time, I understand, been there, done that. So it is not an issue whatsoever. We do have moderators on all 3 of our platforms, so we are broadcasting not only on our website, where the majority of folks are, we also have folks on Facebook and YouTube, and we do have moderators in all 3 of the platforms. So keep in mind, they are there to assist with any questions you have, any technical issues, anything like that. And speaking of technical issues, keep in mind this is a live stream. This is a live class. So expect at some point over the next 40 hours that something will go wrong. Okay, it always happens. Welcome to the world of the internet and everything else. Sometimes on Fridays we have everybody log into Netflix with all the kids in the household. But don't worry, it usually, if it's something that drops for a second, it will usually come back within about 60 seconds or so. If for whatever reason your stream freezes, you can always hit the F5 key. That will actually refresh the website and the page that you're currently on. That will usually solve the problem as well. Other than that, the moderators are not only here to basically obviously answer questions, but they're here to make sure that the chat stays in line with whatever we're trying to talk about. So we're trying to make this an educational experience for everybody. We don't need off-color commentary or anything like that. They do have the right to kick you out. I leave it 100% in their hands, and I will back them 100% as well. This is a place where we have kids as young as 12 that have taken this class, and we have folks as young as in their 80s taking this class as well. So we just want to make it a comfortable environment. For the new people out there, there are a lot of pilots that are currently in this class, so do not, do not think that you're slow or anything like that. Sometimes students get a little bit discouraged because everybody knows what we're talking about, but the reality is it took them a while to get to that point as well, okay? Lastly, video recordings will be up about an hour to an hour and a half after the live stream. So keep that in mind. It does take us a little bit of time, but where you guys are currently watching this on the website, that is where the recordings will live. And you guys can watch those at any point in time. The other thing as well is that we will be taking breaks. So the average class for us is about 3 hours from start to finish. So that's basically 5 p.m. Pacific Coast time until about 8 p.m. We take a break every hour. So at the top of the first hour, we take 10 minutes. The second hour, we take 5 minutes. And obviously you guys are, you're doing this probably from home or your office or anything else. Feel free to step away at any point in time as well. That is about it for the majority of the questions. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at what our objectives are today and what we're going to try to cover. So in the very first class, we're going to kind of do a little bit of an intro, a little bit of admin, housekeeping materials. We'll talk a little bit about who we are. We'll talk about our course introduction, how the course works, and how to navigate around the site. Then we'll move into the private pilot license requirements and also your general privileges. We'll look at the medical requirements, and then we'll switch gears and we'll start talking about aerodynamics. So we'll go into the aircraft components review, getting to know your airplane, the different parts of the airplane. We'll get into the basic theory, lift, weight, thrust, and drag. Then we'll move into some more advanced topics, ground effect, wingtip vortices, wake turbulence avoidance, and left-hand turning tendencies. Now, just as a reminder, as we cover the material, if we don't cover absolutely everything today, we'll basically pick up whatever we didn't cover today in the next lesson. So, for example, we'll probably honestly only get through about half of the aerodynamics. So some of these topics at the very tail end here, we'll actually pick up this coming Wednesday, and that's just how the course progresses. Because this is a live class, just keep in mind that sometimes we move a little bit faster and sometimes we move a little bit slower, depending on how many questions we have. As another reminder as well, if anybody here are parents and have seen this baby shark video, this is the one that's gotten the most amount of views on YouTube. But the reason why I bring this up is a lot of times people are watching and they say that the video happens to be a little grainy or the images are not very clear. Very simply, regardless of where you're watching this, if you're watching this on YouTube, Facebook, or our website, there is a little gearbox in the lower right-hand corner of the video player. Go ahead and click on that. 99% of the time, it's going to be set to auto. And what that does is that is actually based upon your internet connection. So if you don't have a very fast connection, it will actually try to give you a lower quality video. What we would recommend is if you can stream this or watch this in 720p or 1080p, that's going to be your best option. So in the event you do realize that maybe some of the images or what you're watching on the screen is a little bit fuzzy, that's a recommendation that I can give you there. All right, so let's talk a little bit about who we are. So Check Ride Prep Foundation originally was started in 2017. and we have offices in California and also Nevada. And we've actually taught courses from private pilot, instrument, commercial, drone classes, and also our CFI classes for certified flight instructor as well. This was actually one of our old original studio offices. We've expanded quite a bit since this time. This was basically back in 2020 during the pandemic that we were teaching these classes. And, personally, I think, we've served almost 100,000 students, if not more, at this point. So just know that you are in good hands. With my background, I am going to be your host once again. So, I'll try to impart any type of wisdom or knowledge from my personal training, my time in the airlines, and the time that when I was an instructor with any of the topics. So if you have any questions about anything, please let us know. Also, as a reminder, as I said at the beginning of class, we also have our moderators online who are also pilots, so they'll be happy to answer any questions as we move forward. Now, as I said before, you are in good hands. 95% of all of our students out of those 100,000 plus have actually gone on and completed a check ride prep course and received an FAA test endorsement. And out of that cohort, 99% went on to pass the actual FAA knowledge exam, which we call the written test, on the first attempt. So there's going to be a lot of work as we progress through the class, but it is rewarding. We'll try to make it as simple as possible as we move forward. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the course overview. There's a total of 12 lessons that make up this private pilot ground school. Each lesson is about 3 to 3.5 hours. If any point in time you need to leave early, that's perfectly fine. You can watch the replay the following day. So we know most of our East Coasters who usually start with us, it gets fairly late towards the tail end of class here. If you need to drop off, not a problem. You can watch that replay after the fact. All of your class materials are available to you prior to the start of class. You'll notice we'll go through kind of the tutorial, if you will, of how to actually navigate the website. And the primary purpose of this course is really to help you prepare for the FAA written knowledge test for the private pilot, or private pilot airplane is what we call it. If you are just interested in aviation, you're more than welcome to sit in. If you're a rusty pilot just trying to work through a flight review or just try to see what has changed in the regulations, you're also more than welcome as well. Now, once the classes have finished, we take the recorded lesson, and we actually post that in a new lesson, and I'll show you how that works on our online learning portal, and that'll be available the next day. So you'll be able to see any of the replays the following day should you not be able to make the live classes. Now, the live classes are set to basically start at 5 p.m. Pacific Coast time, and we will end roughly around 8 or 8:30, give or take, depending on how much we have to cover. So, for example, this week, this Monday, we're going to be covering aerodynamics. On lesson 2, we're going to talk about the flight instruments and aircraft systems. That's a big lesson. And then to wrap up the week on Friday, we will be covering airspace as well. So lots of stuff to learn, all sorts of new stuff as well. Most of you, the interesting thing about aviation is pretty much all of this material is new. You've probably never talked about federal aviation regulations or airspace or flight instruments or systems. So you're all in the same boat. We're all here to help you. But also keep in mind that this is not a watered down course. We get a lot of folks who tag us in social media, and you're more than welcome to just tag Check Ride Prep. And as you can see here, we have folks eating their dinner with their books, taking notes, these types of things. I've seen students take over 100 pages in notes in these classes during the lectures. That's not unheard of. So just whatever your preferred learning style is, we do not give you a free class that's only 20% and then you have to figure out the rest. We give you everything from A to Z to make you successful at the end of the day. As a nonprofit, it is our goal to get as many people excited and energized about aviation, whether you want to do this as a hobby, a career, or if you just have a general, interest within this topic, you're in the right place. So keep that in mind. Don't get discouraged. I know that people will eventually plateau at some point in their learning. That's very common, but we're going to push through that, and I'll give you plenty of resources to help you out, including our Ask an Instructor section as well. Let's go ahead and move on and talk a little bit about the website navigation. If you're unfamiliar with our website, it's going to be this domain name here. It's the https portal.checkrideprep.org, and that will take you to this page, and this is what it looks like if you're not signed in. If you have a login and account, just go ahead in the upper right-hand corner, go ahead and click the sign in button and put in your credentials. If you need to register for the class, at the very bottom here, you're going to see free courses, and to the right of Free Private Pilot Ground School GS17, there's a red circle that got kind of cut off from the PowerPoint there that says enroll. You can go ahead and click on that, follow the instructions, and that will provide you new credentials for the website and also allow you to enroll for the free classes. Now, the three topics that you see at the very, very top here, we have Ask an Instructor, Newsfeed, and Announcements. We will get back to these here very shortly, but these are some basically shortcuts, if you will, to different segments where you can ask questions, and I'll show you exactly what that looks like. Now, once you're signed in, everybody for this current class has been registered for the Private Pilot Ground School, and you've also been registered automatically for the Check Ride Prep Resource Library. In order to get going with this course, all you need to do is underneath that yellow airplane, you're going to see a red circle and it'll say Start Course. Go ahead and click on that, and that will take you to something that looks like this. This is our course navigation. Now, on the left-hand side is all of the different classes that we're going to cover and all of the materials. It is very important that you read through the welcome section here. It's going to give you a lot of good information about the course. It'll also give you information about recommended course materials that we'll be talking about a little bit later in class, the downloads and resources, and also the frequently asked questions. Now, the new thing as we move to a new platform here, for those that have been with us for a while, we had an older platform and it became a little bit complex and convoluted. So we've actually migrated our entire portal or learning platform that is to a different company. One major change that you're going to notice is that at the very bottom of each lesson, there's a blue button that says complete and continue. You need to make sure that you go ahead and push that, which will give you I believe a blue check mark or a black check mark in each one of these circles on the left. And that will basically show that the sections are completed within the system. And that also helps us to provide the final certificate of completion when the course is actually completed. Now, once you're done with the welcome, we'll start with class number 1. If you click on class 1, Introduction to Aerodynamics, where you should all be at this point, you should have read the course introduction of what we're covering today. Now, anything that I discuss in class, any type of website, or if I basically say there's a handout or anything along those lines, you don't need to search on the internet or do anything like that. On the left-hand side of the screen, anytime that we have any class resources, you can go under the specific class, and here you'll have course downloads and resources. This is where you can find all of those materials. Anytime that I talk about a website link, such as the Aviation Medical Examiner Locator website, you can find that information under course website links. Then what will end up happening is you should all be on the live stream here. The live stream will become available to you about 20 to 25 minutes prior to class. You'll see some countdown music. If you were here earlier, you saw that today. And when we look at that, if you try to go early, you'll get a message like this telling you that the class hasn't actually started yet, and just come back at a later time and date. Once the class is live, you'll actually see it replaced by, instead of that little message there, you'll have the video on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you'll see the chat. And if you have any questions about that, it's pretty self-explanatory. Just go ahead and put in any of your questions or say hello to us. The moderators are on there, and you'll see them tagged as moderator or admin in the chat, and we can answer your questions in real time. So they're going to be the primary ones answering questions, but as a reminder, at the very end of class, if you do have any, I'll try to stick around and answer them as well if we weren't able to get to them during any one of these lectures here. Now, once the class is actually done, it does take us a little bit of time. So by the next day, the following day, if you go down below on the left-hand side of the menu here, you see Class 1 live stream. The next menu right beneath that, or the next selection, is Class 1 video replay. So this is where the video replay for Class 1 is going to live. This is the entire class. So in the event you missed anything, you can start from the very beginning, or if you had to peel off and say goodnight to us a little bit earlier, you do have the ability to fast forward to the section that you stopped at and watch whatever you ended up missing. Just keep in mind that one of the limitations, though, is in the past we were able to get the live, the replays up the same day.
here. The replays are going to be available the next day, no later than 8 a.m. Pacific Coast time. So you'll be able to follow through with that. And then finally, after each one of these lessons, or what we call classes, there will be a quiz. In order to access the quiz, all you're going to do is basically follow this menu down. So right below the video replay, you're going to see Introduction and Aerodynamics Quiz. That's our very first one. It's a total of 20 questions. It'll look something like this, and if there is a figure that you need to refer to, the figure will be located on the screen in front of you with the FAA test question, and then it's either going to be A, B, or C. So this one is a little bit of a helper. If anyone is taking this, that is the correct answer, actually. Once you select the correct answer, or whatever you think the potential correct answer is, it will grade it in real time after you hit the submit button, and then it will move you on to the next question. So it's very important that, and I recommend that you take these. It's not a requirement of the class, but keep in mind that the final exam is pulling from these test questions that you're doing under each one of the lessons. Now, each lesson overall, there's probably 60 or 70 aerodynamics quiz questions that are available. One nice thing and benefit of this new system that we have is that we're only displaying 20 out of those 60 questions. So if you were to take this quiz multiple times, which I do encourage you to do as well, you'll see different questions in a different order. You may even see some new questions, or you may see questions that are slightly rephrased from the ones that you currently have. So for example, in this one, if an airplane weighs 3,300 pounds, and you will also see at the very end here, it says, be required to support during a 30-degree bank. The FAA has a couple different variations, meaning that they will change the weight of the airplane. So instead of being 3,300 pounds, it might be 3,000 or 3,600. And then the support during a 30-degree bank, the 30 degrees might be 40 or 45 degrees, just depending on the question. So there are some slight variations, but each question is different. I promise you that. At the very, very end, after you're done with all of the test questions, you will be able to see how how well you did. So in this case, you can see that 8 out of 20, pretty poor score. But all you need to do is basically, you can review how you answered the questions, and you'll also be able to read the instructor statements beneath that in terms of why was it correct, why was it incorrect, to try to give you some clarification in terms of if you see these types of questions again. If you're still struggling with the material or anything along those lines, you can use the Ask an Instructor, and I'll show you how to reach out to any of our instructors, and we'll see, we can try to provide additional clarity beyond the explanations provided. Now, each one of these images that you see here will be associated with a figure or a test question. So in this example, it says refer to figure number 2, and we provided figure number 2 here for you. Now, one thing that I can tell you is that you can't really zoom in on this. It's very difficult. There's no way to click it and make it bigger. You could, if you're on a PC, you can use the Control Plus or Control Minus, which basically zooms in the entire website to make it larger. The better way of doing this is going to be downloading the FAA testing supplement, which you can find in the downloads section of class number 1. And we've actually included this under all of the downloads in lessons 1 through 12. So in the event you're looking for it, just go to any lesson, download, and you can find it. This is the Airman Knowledge Testing Supplement. We use this for a number of different exams, including the private pilot. Very simply, you'll be provided a physical copy of this when you go to the FAA Testing Center. And just like when you take the test, it's all done digitally nowadays. You'll go to an official FAA Testing Center. You'll be presented the question on the screen. It will tell you to refer to, in this example, figure 4. You're going to go into this book and find figure 4, which happens to be the airspeed indicator as shown in the center here. Or it might be figure 21, which is a sectional chart. This is an aviation chart that we use for navigation. And the reason why I recommend downloading this and having it available on your device or computer is you'll have the ability to basically enlarge these images far larger than sometimes I can do during the live streams, okay? Because I still need to show the test question and also the image side by side. All right, and then finally, going back to the very, very beginning, anytime that you're lost on the website or anything else, you can basically click on the Check Ride Prep logo in the upper left-hand corner. Just like I said, you have 3 different options: Ask an Instructor, Newsfeed, and Announcements. So we're going to kind of scooter back to this section here. All three of these are going to take you to what's known as our Check Ride Prep community. All of this information lives within the same area. These are basically just shortcuts to kind of get you or move you along. If you click on the news feed, for example, what will end up happening is it will take you to the news feed of the Check Ride Prep community, which is basically our home page. This is where you can find the latest and greatest information, announcements about courses, anything, anything that we need to announce to the students. This is also where you can find the student introductions. I recommend that you take a look at that, introduce yourself to your fellow students. There's 4 questions in there, and get to know each other. I would recommend also that if you can scooter up and kind of make study groups, it's very, very helpful. A lot of people will meet up on Zoom or other platforms and study together some of these topics, or if you're having more trouble, you can kind of work with students with different backgrounds as well. So we have everybody from people who are previous pilots or what we call rusty pilots, and they're just trying to get through a flight review, which is a requirement every 2 years, and try to learn the new regulations. And then we have people that are very young that are just starting out. I think we've had a 12-year-old take our class and finish it. So you have a very wide range of students, and it's always nice to kind of meet other people, especially in kind of this digital land that we are living in. Right beneath that, you're going to see Ask an Instructor. So you can get to Ask an Instructor once you're in the community, or you can do it from that home page that I showed you earlier. For the Ask an Instructor, this is where you can put in any of your aviation related questions. So if you're not understanding something in class, or if there's something that we weren't able to talk about, from the moderators, we ran out of time, this is a perfect opportunity. Just keep in mind that this is purely for aviation topics. This is not navigation, password issues, anything like that. There is a help desk that I'll show you how to answer or get information about any of those other types of administrative questions, versus these are the ones that go to our instructors in-house that are answering them as well. Okay. If you have anything you want to share, you passed your exam, you passed a check ride, you just got your license, please feel free to post anything you want. And it's always, exciting to see our students progressing forward. The final thing that you also will have access to is the Check Ride Prep resource library. This is not a requirement that you go through each one of these, but you will have access to all of the different FAA resources and materials above and beyond the requirements of the class. These are all complimentary and free. The one that I'll point out here is at the very beginning, you'll see the FAA testing supplements. The first testing supplement is designed for the private pilot. It's another location that we keep it. So all you would do is click on it and then click the black download button there. Now, if you have any questions that fall outside of Ask an Instructor, whether it's a billing question, I've lost my password, I'm not sure how to navigate the site, anything along those lines, you'll notice that there's a yellow headset on the bottom right of every single web page for this site. Just go ahead and click on that. You're going to see a blue pop-up menu in the lower right-hand corner. It says Chat with us now. Put in your information. Put in put in whatever you can provide us of whatever your question is, and we'll try to get back to you. Traditionally, if there's someone online during our business hours, we can get back to you and have that conversation right there and then. If we are beyond our business hours, or all of the agents or support personnel are busy, it will basically leave us a message and it opens up a ticket. The ticket is emailed to you, so you can follow up at any point in time. And then we'll respond to you traditionally within 12 to 24 hours. So you'll be able to basically follow up on that support ticket with whatever email address you provided to us. And finally, the FAA written test endorsement. This is probably the most important thing and what people are striving for at the end of the day. So in order to sit for the official FAA exam, you can't just walk into a testing center and say, hey, I want to sit for the private pilot exam. You need to get a written test endorsement signed from a certified flight instructor or a ground instructor. So all you need to do per our requirements is you need to watch all 12 of the lessons. It does not matter whether they're live or recorded. They could be done on our website, YouTube, or Facebook, or a combination, mix and match, depending on whatever your preferences are. And then you just need to pass the final exam with an 80% or higher. The final exam is the way that we can, what we're going to do with the final exam is we're actually going to do our best to mimic the official FAA exam. So it'll be 60 random FAA test questions pulled from all those quiz questions that hopefully you've been taking. You'll have 2.5 hours to complete it. Most students will complete it in about an hour and a half. And then, like I said, just need an 80% or higher. If you meet that criteria, you will get the FAA written test endorsement. The test endorsement does not expire, so you can sit for the FAA written exam at any point in time, whether that's the same day, next day, or a year from now, does not matter. For our currently licensed pilots, if you are participating in the FAA Wings program, that is a safety-related program where they can basically accumulate specific credits for certain classes that will help them to bypass a flight review or just improve their knowledge within the aviation field. We do offer Wings credits as well, so we'll make that available at the very end of class, and you don't actually have to sit for the FAA written test endorsement. All right, so with all of that, we've covered all the navigation and everything else. Everybody always wants to know, what is the catch? And there is no catch for this class. This is a 100% free online private pilot ground school. We said from the beginning, you guys will have access to the live streams, the recordings, in 3 different locations. You'll have access to the handouts, the documents, the quizzes, the test, and the final exam, and also the written test endorsement, assuming you meet the criteria as discussed. We're not going to give you 20% of the course and then say you have to purchase the rest or anything along those lines. We're going to give you 100% of the course. And really, as a nonprofit, our goal is to get as many people excited and energized about aviation, whether it's something that is just kind of an interest for you, a hobby, you're going to go out and buy a plane, or if you want to make this a lifelong career. So that is our goal here. What we will do, if you want to call it a catch, is at the very, very end of class, our free access will be terminated. And we give you an extra 5 days to basically wrap up any lessons that maybe were outstanding, and also to take the final exam. I've seen students take the final exam 10, 20, 30 times in that 5-day period. There is no limit. You can take it in a limited amount of times. The questions will always reset and give you a new version of 60 questions. So that time limit will be Wednesday, October 19th, and that'll be at 12 noon Pacific Coast time. The reason why we do it is it gives us a higher completion rate. If we left the course open year-round, like a lot of these massive online courses, which are run by the larger universities like Harvard and Stanford, they have millions of students, and their completion rates are closer to about 5 to 7%, sometimes 10%, depending on the course. By closing the course off after the 30 to 35 days here, that's the reason why we get a 95% completion rate. We're kind of holding your feet to the fire, per se. Want everybody who started with us on day one to finish with us, so we'll do our best to make that a reality. Now, we understand that life and circumstances do get in the way, and once again, everything is provided for you, but we always offer this to our students, and this is our private pilot lifetime membership. With our private pilot lifetime membership, we do provide a 52% off savings. Normally, it's not. This is probably the most I've seen it, but this is because we have a new platform here. In the past, I think it was only 47 or 45%. So anyways, good news for you guys. So 52% off of the private pilot lifetime membership, and you guys will have until this coming Sunday, September 25th at midnight Pacific Coast time if you want to participate. It does give you access to our private pilot ground school, not only the live streams that are obviously free, but we also professionally record these classes. And instead of watching 12 3.5-hour lessons, you can actually watch 60 to 70 mini lessons. We break them apart. There are no breaks or anything along those lines. It's a little bit more direct, but we can also include more information just because we're a little bit limited by time here with these live classes. You'll also find that all the materials are up to date and accurate as per the regulations and everything that you need. You'll also be able to access all of the unlimited practice quizzes and exams for those classes. Now with that, we have about almost 900 questions within the private pilot testing database. You'll have access from our team of instructors here with 24/7 support. You'll also get the FAA written test endorsement. So if you know that you might need a longer period of time than the end of class here, this is a perfect opportunity for you. Same thing with the Wings credits. There is no time limit here. Lifetime does mean lifetime. So if you want to take more time than the 30 days to complete this class, you'll have that ability. You'll be able to also access all of our past webinars, and you'll be included in the live seminars and the Q&As that we offer. Traditionally, they're about once a month, depending on the month. And then we also threw in a couple bonuses here. One of the bonuses is the private pilot flight maneuvers. That's something we will not cover in this free class. Everything that we do in the class is basically all the ground information, but as you're preparing for your flight training, these are the 30 plus different types of flight maneuvers that the FAA requires of you. So it's all of the how-tos, what to expect, how to set up the airplane, those types of things. And then you'll also have access to the private pilot companion guide. This is a guide that we've put together over the years, and does include about 120 pages of notes that our instructors have taken and kind of broken it down lesson by lesson. It also includes all the handouts and documents, and also a copy of the FAA testing supplement, all in one resource, PDF guide that you'll have access to immediately. So with that, I'm not going to spend too much more time on that.
Take a sip of water as you guys are. Problem with live streams is traditionally you guys are about 30 seconds behind from whatever I say. So usually as I'm ready to move on, everybody then has all their questions. Sounds good. There we go. There's a 30 seconds. Lorraine. Yep. I like that. Very simple answer there. Yep, for Michael. Carl, yes. Ralph, good to go. Yes, Michael, awesome. All right, guys. So with that, what I want to do now is, you guys know a little bit about me, and you know a little bit about Check Ride Prep. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share a short 5-minute video with you from our friend Swain Martin. He gave me permission to share this video that he created a couple years ago when he was in college, and I do appreciate it. We've been sharing it with all of our classes. For those of you that don't know Swain Martin, you can find him on social media. You can look him up on Instagram and also YouTube. He has a huge following on YouTube, and what's kind of amazing about this young man is he started documenting his process and journey in aviation from the first flight he ever took through his first solo to when he got his private pilot license, I believe at 17 or so. And then he ended up going to the University of North Dakota, documented kind of his journey there. Ended up at Mokulele Airlines for a little bit. Did a couple of films and kind of YouTube videos out there with that company, which is a commercial carrier out in Hawaii. And then eventually was hired by Envoy Airlines, where he does a lot of, airline related material. So if you are interested in joining the airlines for whatever reason, you want to know about schedules and bidding and, how training works and that type of stuff, and what are the pros and cons of layovers, they have really good videos to watch. Amazingly, this is a pretty high quality video for 6 or 7 years ago. You'd be amazed to see what his stuff is today. I can put a link in the chat while the video plays. But once again, I would encourage you to check him out. Pretty amazing young man. I think he's 23 or 24 now as well. While this video is playing, what I want to know a little bit about you guys is kind of why aviation. So like I said, we have a wide range of students in these classes. We have people that want to become professional pilots, have no clue what aviation is, people who are just looky-loos that kind of like to look out the window and just want to know what the heck is going on, personal curiosity, personal growth, whatever it is. Where are you located in the country or the state? So most of you are in the States, but we have some folks outside of the United States as well. Where are you going to be currently located? And you also have, I kind of want to know what your goals are. Is this just for fun? No problem with that. We welcome you guys. Is this something that you want to pursue, lifelong passion, something that you started and stopped, whatever it may be? And then where are you in the process? Have you found an instructor? CFI is a certified flight instructor. Have you found an instructor? Have you started flight training? Are you at 0 hours, 100 hours, 20 hours? You've soloed? And yep, Swain Martin is associated with Bold Method. I believe he is a co-owner now of Bold Method, which is pretty cool as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and let this video play. I'm looking forward to seeing all of your answers in basically throughout all 3 of the platforms. And we'll talk about it when we come back, and we'll take a break at the top of the hour as well. So we'll still squeeze in a few more bits of information between now and then.
right, clear for takeoff. Runway heading clear for takeoff, 27 right, 015.
All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for telling us a little bit about who you guys are. As you can see, we have folks from all across the country in the U.S. and a few from international as well. So welcome to all of you. Surprisingly enough, in this class, a lot of first responders. So thank you to all of our firefighters, EMS, and also our police officers out there in Oklahoma, and to the military, the active, and also our veterans that are serving with us. So we've got a wide variety of folks, okay? So everybody from tower controllers and, for the tower controllers, when you get to the radio communication section, you guys are the experts. For the folks that are A&Ps, which are airframe and power plant mechanics for airplanes, please, I defer to you guys tomorrow, and we're talking about aircraft systems. You definitely know them better than we do. As the running joke goes, pilots break them, mechanics fix them, right? We don't know anything when it comes to how to repair an airplane at the end of the day. So we're pretty useless in that sense. We're pretty good at breaking them for our mechanics, though. So, and the age ranges, right? We have people who said life got in the way. That's a very common one. Aviation is not the cheapest thing in the world, but it's really, really cool to learn. And no matter what, it's not something that you have to finish. There are people who start it just to kind of get a flavor, get to the solo phase, and then they kind of tap out. That's all they wanted to do. We've got folks jumping out of airplanes and everything else in between. So great to see that. Glad everybody can share more appropriately this time than last time. All right, so before we go on break here, what I do also want to cover is just a couple of the materials before we move forward. As I said, there's really no required materials in this class, but there are a couple books and things that I do recommend for you. The first one is Rod Machado's Private Pilot Handbook. This is currently the 3rd edition. Whether you get the 2nd edition or the 3rd edition does actually not matter. I've got the 2nd edition in my office here, and it's full color. The reason why I like Rod Machado, I've taught probably about 20 to 30 ground schools over the last couple of years, and I've used pretty much everybody's textbooks. I've used ASA's, I've used Jepson's, I've used, who else is out there, Gleim, and I've also used Rod's books as well. For anybody here that's a flight simulator fan, the voice on Flight Simulator for all the instruction over the years has been Rod Machado. He's kind of a jokester as well. But the reason why I like Rod's materials is that he breaks down complex topics and he makes it very digestible. At the end of the day, everybody teaches the same material. It's just the way that we deliver it, the way that we explain it. Everybody's slightly different in that regard. So we cover pretty much everything you need to know in the class, but books like his are great reference material. At the end of the day, we also run out of time. So if we run out of time, I can't necessarily go into a lengthy discussion of every single why. Books like this are great reference materials. These really rarely go out of date. The 2nd edition is pretty much just as valid as the 3rd edition. You can find it on his website. You can also shop around on Amazon or elsewhere. I'm not requiring you guys to get a book. There's no homework out of this book, but it is incredibly helpful. You'll also notice that some of the slides that I use are taken directly from his book on the instructor set as well. Okay, not everything is from here, but if you've already purchased another book and you've already kind of started, it's very common for us pilots to have every single textbook out there over the course of our training because we don't know what works and what doesn't. Stick with what you got. You can just cross-reference the materials, and I'll give you some free resources as well moving forward from the FAA materials. The other things that you will need are going to be some type of aviation chart. Does not matter whether it's current or it's expired. And you can get either a sectional chart, which covers a much larger area of a state or multiple states in some cases, or you can get a TAC chart, terminal chart, which is a zoomed-in version. You do not need to write all this stuff down. Remember, if you go to the Welcome Start Here in the upper left-hand corner of the portal, it will give you basically the images and all the information, and it also gives you some recommendations like Amazon, Sporty, Spruce, and a few other pilot shops that are known nationwide to ship as well. The other materials that we have here are really for our flight planning. So our very last class, or second to last class, I believe, let me look at the calendar here real quick. Our second to last class is our flight planning class, and that will be held on Wednesday, September 29th. That is when we're going to be doing flight planning. That's when we're going to be grabbing weather and figuring out how to plot a course and doing some calculations with the following materials. You can get through that, but you're definitely going to be at a disadvantage if you don't have these materials, and they're fairly cheap to get your hands on, whether you got to borrow them from someone or just purchase them. The first one is an aviation plotter. There's really two different types of aviation plotters here. So when we look at it, this is a fixed plotter. Basically, it's fixed because it looks like a protractor, but this portion does not move. It's specific to aviation. It measures nautical miles, which is what we actually use measurements on for the map. And it also has the ability to measure a course that we use as well during the flight planning phase. This one's about $5. In addition to that, we do have the more expensive one, the $8 or $9 one from ASA. These are a little bit easier to use, and these basically, it's not fixed, I don't know what they call them, but it does actually spin and move here. For the purpose of the class, I will show you guys how to use both of these. They're honestly, once you learn how to use it once or twice, you guys will be fine moving forward. And then finally, we have our E6Bs. You can get a fancy schmancy one. This is one that a student donated to me. This is a metal version. They slide up and down. We have a wind side that basically measures our ground speed to a few other things and a wind correction angle. On the flip side of that, we have the flight computer right here. These run a little bit more expensive. I think they're like 25 or 30 bucks. This is the one that I started off with and I still use today. This is the one I've had since 2001. It's just a very cheap Jepson one for like 8 or 9 bucks. It is made out of paper, so as long as you don't spill coffee on it or something, it should be good forever. It works exactly in the same way. There's honestly no disadvantages to either one, or if you want to go electronic and get the calculators, you're more than welcome to do that. Just keep in mind that we don't have the time to cover the functionality of all the calculators. So I'll be showing you guys how to use this stuff in detail as well. I also forgot to tell you, for the first week, anybody that does purchase a lifetime access, I have 3 Rod Machado books, a couple FAR Aims, which is our regulatory books. I think I've got 4 or 5 E6Bs and plotters that we will send out randomly. Travis does the drawing at the end of the week, usually on Monday. So anybody that did purchase in the first week, we do actually have some free giveaways for you guys as well. I forgot to mention that in the first class as well. All right. Let me just cover one more thing. Just indulge me for another 2 minutes, so that way we can actually cover the materials and we'll take that break here. So there are some other course materials that are available to you for free. There is what is known as the PHAK, which is the Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge, which is on the left-hand side, that reddish maroon book. This is all of the ground material, the theory, the weather, all the stuff that you're really going to need to know. This is what we primarily use as a supplement in this class. These are government publications, so they're entirely free. They are produced by the FAA. There are companies out there like ASA and others that do print them at a cost. So if you do want a physical copy of this book, you're more than welcome to purchase one. I think the easiest and cheapest way is just on Amazon. They're like 20 or 30 bucks. But we do provide the exact chapters. So when you looked at the homework that I showed you earlier for the next class, I gave you the exact chapters for the flight instruments and the aircraft systems that we're going to be covering tomorrow in class. The blue book is another copy as well. This is the Airplane Flying Handbook. This is teaching you everything you need to know for your flight lessons, all the different types of maneuvers that you're going to learn how to fly. It does cover both private and commercial maneuvers in here. It also talks about landings and takes off and certain other things that basically pertain specifically to flight. Remember that this class and this course is not really designed to teach you how to fly an airplane. That's really designed as your flight lessons. This is primarily to get you through all the knowledge you need to know before you hop into an airplane and actually get you ready for the knowledge test. And this will also help out with most of the foundational material as well, minus the actual fun stuff, which is flying the airplane. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We're going to go ahead and stretch our legs. This is a much better way to end the first hour than yesterday, so do appreciate everybody for coming back. What we're going to do when we come back from break is we're going to talk about what you can and can't do as a private pilot. We'll talk about how you actually become a licensed pilot. We'll also quickly review how to get your student pilot's license, your FAA medical, what are the requirements for those. When would you do so? And I'll give you a few last-minute training tips in terms of ways to save money and some tips with this course as well. And then after that, we'll go ahead and push on towards aerodynamics, and we'll make our way all the way through stalls, and we'll end for tonight. And we'll pick up tomorrow with lesson 2. All right, so with that, I'll see everybody back in 10. Stretch your legs, grab something to eat if you need to, recaffeinate, rebourbonate, rebeernate, whatever your beverage of choice is. I'll see everybody back in a few. everybody. Welcome back from break. Hopefully you had a chance to stretch your legs, grab something to eat, and we'll set it in for another hour. Basically at the top of the next hour, 7 o'clock, we'll take another 5-minute break, and then we'll finish up what we need to cover for today. So welcome back. We've basically covered all the admin stuff. At this point, we're going to move on and start talking about the private pilot requirements and medical stuff, and then we'll move on to the aerodynamics. So getting back into it, there is no age requirement for this course. So like I said, I think the youngest person that's passed our course is, I think, either 11 or 12. And, you know, at the end of the day, the only requirement is that you could actually start flying at any point in time. You could actually start logging your hours prior to the actual age limit when you need to sit for the check ride and get your actual ticket. In order to get your private pilot certificate, which is what this course is designed for, you need to be at least 17 years old. But as I said before, you can take courses like this, and you can also start flying prior to that and logging the time. You also need to be able to read, write, and converse fluently in English, just common language. You're going to need to obtain at least a third-class FAA medical. We'll be talking about that here in a minute. And you also need to basically receive and log ground training from an authorized flight instructor or complete a home study course, which is the purpose of this class. So basically, we're trying to knock out number 4 and get you ready for number 5. The fifth point here is that you need to pass an FAA knowledge test. The official test from the FAA needs to be passed with a 70% or higher. So preferably the higher the better, the easier your check ride will be. If you miss 15 questions, your check ride might be a little bit longer. If you're the person who gets like a 99%, your check ride might be a little bit easier because the examiners are going to probably ask you less questions. You do also need to accumulate 40 hours of in an airplane of flight instruction time, some type of flight instruction and actual flight time that includes both instruction and flying by yourself, which is what we call solo. And keep in mind, this is the minimum. So this is the legal minimum of what is required. In my experience working with students in the past, when I was instructing full-time a couple years ago, it varied wildly. I didn't have any students that hit exactly 40 hours. The closest I got was a student with like 42 and 43 hours. Most of the students, national average is around 65 to 70 hours of flight time is pretty common. And on the flip side of that, I've had students closer to 110 to 120 hours. Everybody picks up the flight a little bit. Some people pick it up a little bit quicker. Some people are a little bit more challenged in terms of spatial environments and kind of situational awareness, which is a little bit harder to teach. So you really won't know until you hop in the airplane. Some people are just really, really quick and learn, and some people, like I said, take a little bit longer. At the end of all that, once you do all your 40 hours, you'll actually be able to do your check ride, and your check ride is comprised of 2 different components. You have to complete the oral first, which is basically going to be conducted by either an FAA safety inspector or it's either going to be a designated pilot examiner, also known as a DPE, which is more common nowadays. The oral is traditionally somewhere between 2 to 5 hours, and they're all going to be, they're not really true or false questions or anything like that. They are all going to be scenario-based questions. So you're going to be given a flight plan. You're going to have to pull the weather for the day and actually do the calculations and do your performance numbers and come in prepared and prove to them why you can fly that airplane and everything else in between. Once you're done with the oral, you get to the airplane, which is called the practical section, and that is about an hour to an hour and a half. Once you're done with that, and you'll basically go up with that same examiner. You'll show them all the maneuvers. You basically get one opportunity to show them each one of the maneuvers that you learned during your training: steep turns, stalls, different types of takeoffs and landings, emergency procedures, navigation, diversions. The list goes on and on there. Everything goes smoothly. You'll come back on the ground. You'll get your temporary ticket, and you will be a licensed pilot. The way that those 40 hours breaks down is the following. It's either going to be dual or solo. Dual is what we call dual instruction, which means that you're up with a instructor, a certified flight instructor that's flying with you. Part of the 20-hour minimum is going to be 3 hours of cross-country flight. And cross-country is not LA to New York or anything that extreme. It's just 50 nautical miles away from your primary airport. It's a straight line distance, so you just take a ruler and you draw a straight line. You figure out what that is. And it has to include a landing outside of that 50 nautical miles from that primary airport. You'll also do a nighttime flight training 3 hours at least, and one of those is going to be a cross country of 100 nautical miles. So here in the LA area, we traditionally brought people from Camarillo, which is up north, down to Long Beach and back. That's traditionally what works, or out to Bakersfield. You'll also have to go to an airport that does have a air traffic control traffic pattern and do 10 takeoff and landings at night to a full stop. You'll also be subjugated to the hood. It's a wonderful device. Basically, we have you wear these funny little goggles, and the idea behind it is that you can't see outside. It's basically blocking your vision except for the instrument panel itself, and it's simulating if you were to fly in what we call instrument meteorological conditions, or I'll dumb that down. If you were to fly into a cloud, can you keep the airplane in one piece and get out of it? So you'll be subjugated to that for 3 hours. And at the end of all that, you'll also have your solo hours. So you need 10 hours minimum of solo time. 5 of those hours is going to be during your solo cross country. During your solo cross country time, you'll also have an hour, I'm sorry, not 1 hour, but one long solo cross country of 150 nautical miles total distance at 3 different airports. You got to come to a complete stop at full landing. And they all have to be done with an operating control tower. So as I said before, this is the 40-hour minimum when you guys are looking for flight schools locally. A lot of times flight schools, they cheat a little bit and they're going to quote you the 40 hours. So something might seem really cheap, but keep in mind, try to base it off the national average, which is at 65 to 75 hours. And if you take longer, it's not a big deal. Okay. If you do it quicker, still not a big deal. Reality is once you guys get your tickets, you'll be amazed. I remember when I first got mine a long time ago, I was surprised that I got it. And you're basically cut loose from the flock and outside of the training school, or the training house as we call it. And you're going to learn more in those next 50 hours flying by yourself or with friends than you did in the first 50 or 60 hours that you did with your instructor. So that's kind of putting you back into the real world and going and exploring and doing some fun things out there as well. So I did see in the comments, this stuff is expensive. It is not necessarily the cheapest hobby in the world. Most of the pilot's licenses are going to be based upon where you live in terms of pricing. If you're somewhere on the coast, somewhere on the East Coast or the West Coast, pricing is traditionally going to be higher than other parts of the country. Feel free to shop around. At the end of the day, it's really not about the flight school. The flight school is there to really maintain the airplanes, the scheduling, do all the paperwork behind the scenes. Find an instructor that you are comfortable with. You can do a discovery flight at different schools and see which ones work. Those hours do count. Try to find someone that you are comfortable with in the sense that you're going to be cohabitating with them for a long period of time in a very small space. Make sure that they can they can teach you the concepts very clearly, and they have a game plan moving forward. It's not kind of a nonchalant effort of just come back tomorrow and we'll do something, right? Try to figure out what is the game plan with the weeks ahead. Okay, so that is the private pilot license in summary here. Now, all of these requirements are going to be based off of coming from the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, and we use something called the Airman Certification Standards, also known as the ACS. And the ACS is a little bit different for anybody that's a little bit older. Some of you may have remembered the PTS, which is the Practical Test Standards. The older version was very much, tell me what density altitudes and you spit out a response. Nowadays, the ACS is more scenario driven. So, what would happen if you flew into South Lake Tahoe and this was the temperature and this was the field elevation, and they give you a bunch of other components there. Within the ACS, this is a public document. It is a PDF, and it is actually below the live stream here. You can print it out. A lot of people don't look at it until they're getting closer to their check ride. This is everything that tells you, the applicant, the student, the instructors, and the evaluators, people who are going to be judging you at the end of the day, what you need to know, consider, and do to actually pass the knowledge and the practical test. So when we make these courses and design these courses, we are making sure that we're covering all of these little points here. So, for example, for pilot qualifications, one of the topics that they want us to teach you guys, which we're going to talk about on Monday, is this one, privileges and limitations of a private pilot certificate. So what can you do and what can you not do as a private pilot? There's always 3 different components. You always have the knowledge component, you have the risk management component, and you have the skills component. On your check ride, you will always be tested in one area of knowledge, one area of risk management, and all of the skills, depending on whatever is actually being tested at the given time. So you don't really have to worry about this too much. Just realize that this is where all the material comes from. We're not making this up as we go along. Like I said, every instructor teaches the same material. It's just our delivery and the way that we do it, or maybe our explanations. That's really what differentiates us from instructor to instructor. Also, when you take your official FAA exam at the testing center, assuming you do not get 100%, it's going to spit out some testing codes for you. What you would want to do is reference the ACS document. And for example, if it gave you this testing code at the bottom and it said Papa Alpha India Alpha Kilo 2, that means that you would go to this section of the ACS and it would say, hey, you missed a question pertaining to something in the lines of privileges and limitations. So most of the time the instructor will ask you, do you remember what the specific question is? And you'll probably say no. So they will just review with you what are all of the privileges and limitations. What can you do and can you not do as a private pilot? So this is really a single source set of the standards for both the knowledge exam, the written, and also your practical test for your check ride. All right, onwards and upwards to your medical. The medical is something that is required, not for this class, and it's also not required for your initial flight training. You will need your medical certificate and also your student pilot's license by the time you solo. Traditionally, that will be somewhere between 15 to 20 hours of you actually in an airplane. So it's not something that's crucial. Just keep in mind, medicals are pretty easy to get. You can book an appointment just like a doctor's appointment, and you get it the same day, assuming there's nothing that would preclude you from getting a special issuance or something along those lines. The student pilot's license, on the other hand, because it is provided by the FAA, there's usually a 4 to 8 week period where it takes to process and actually mail you the card to your house. So it doesn't hurt to get a jump start on that ahead of time if you're going to start the training process. The FAA medical, remember, they have to be done by an aviation medical examiner. Those are called AMEs. The little link there that you see is also located under the website links below this live stream, so you don't need to write that down. You can just put in your zip code. You do have to go to an aviation medical examiner. You can't just go to your local physician to get a FAA medical. They're pretty easy to get if you can breathe and have a heartbeat and pretty much everything else and can see fairly well, you'll get one. Keep in mind that a lot of people get concerned about medicals. If you have a medical condition out there, I've had students in the past that have been colorblind. There are students that we've seen, amputees that fly. People who are diabetics can fly. There's a lot of wide variety, a lot of conditions out there that do exist, and people are still flying today. So if it's something that is questionable, we're not medical doctors. I can just tell you some of the students that I've had in the past and what worked. There are a lot of also exceptions as well, which are called SODAs and SODAs, and you can basically go to the doctor. You'll have to give them some medical history, maybe go to a specialist to get cleared, and you'll still get your medical. It might take a little bit longer than just walking in and out. For the most part, if you're a healthy human being, by the time your appointment is done and you pay the guy or gal, then you'll walk away with a document and your medical certificate. If you have any questions, go find a local AME in your area. Just give them a call before you book the appointment. Just rattle off whatever condition you may or may not have and see, what their 2 cents are as well. A lot of them are willing to talk for a few minutes without actually going through this whole process. The most basic type of medical is called a third class medical, and this is designed for the student, recreational, and private pilots. So this is the most basic one. For all of you out there, unfortunately, if you're above 40 years of age, it's only valid for 24 calendar months, approximately 2 years. If you're a little bit younger and less than 40, it's valid for a whopping 60 calendar months, roughly about 5 years. You could also get a second class medical, which is designed for commercial pilots, people who are going to fly for hire or compensation. So charter pilots, cargo pilots, pipeline patrol, photography, any of those would basically qualify. And then all of your professionals at the very top of the food chain there, all of your ATPs, your airline transport pilots, your Part 135 and Part 121 scheduled carriers like Southwest, Delta, American, FedEx, UPS, etc. Those guys all have a first class medical, and there's just a few more requirements to that. In the event you want to become a professional pilot, I would recommend just go for the first class and see if there's any type of limitations. At the end of the day, the difference is pretty minimal in terms of pricing. The AME that I used to go to, he didn't charge any difference between first, second, or third class medical. So it didn't hurt to go with the highest rather than the lowest. All right, here's your FAA student pilot's license. So like I said, this is not required for this class. It's not required for the purposes of starting your flight training. You're just going to need the medical and also the student pilot's license in your pocket physically by the time you actually solo and get into an airplane by yourself. So that's still a little ways away, but it doesn't hurt to start this process early. As I said, there's been a lot of delays with COVID, and USPS has been shipping. Times have been taking quite a bit longer. So you never know, and it's a fairly easy process to get this done. You do not need to get a medical before a student pilot license, and you don't need a student pilot license before a medical. They're completely independent applications. That was the other question we got yesterday. If you are going to get a student pilot license, you just need to be 16 years of age or older to get it, unless you have an intention of basically becoming a glider or balloon pilot. Then you can be as young as 14. You just need to have read, speak, and understand English, and have some type of government-issued ID, passport, state ID card, driver's license, military ID. Any of those will work for this process. Where you're going to go is to the wonderful IACRA website, which is an FAA government-run website. This is called the Integrated Airman Certification and Rating Application. Very simply, when you log in, this don't write this down. This is also beneath the video as well. You're going to go to the register button on the upper right-hand side. It will ask for a lot of personal information. It is the government, of course, so your social security number, your date of birth, all that wonderful stuff. It is a secure website, and it goes directly to the FAA. Once you're all registered and you have that done, you're going to start an application for a student pilot license. You'll put in whatever the information is that's required. You will, at the end, submit it, and you will have to sit. You will either have to go to the FAA office, or, which most people don't do, or you need to track down a flight instructor, a local flight instructor, to finish processing the application. The reason why it's a two-step process is that flight instructor or the FAA is going to verify your identity, so they will need to see your government-issued ID, and they just need to make sure that you speak English. Basically, if you're talking in conversational English, that qualifies, okay? Just as a side note here, because we always get asked this question, check ride prep instructors, we cannot approve your student pilot's application. It has to be done face-to-face. It usually takes 5 or 10 minutes when you go to a local flight school. I haven't heard of any flight schools charging you anything to do this process. And traditionally, if you're going to do a discovery flight, you could get it done at the same time as well. The reason why it's done face-to-face, a couple reasons. They're verifying your identity. They're also having you sign digitally the document. So it's impossible for us to sign it and then for you to magically sign it as well digitally. You kind of have to be in the same place at the same time. So just keep that in mind. We always get comments or questions on that, but it's a fairly easy process. So you fill it out on this website, you submit it, you go track down a local flight instructor or flight school, and then you just go in with your application number. They pull up your application, they check your ID, they make sure you can speak English. They have you sign it in front of them, and then they submit it, and then magically the card is in the mail, hopefully within 4 to 8 weeks. Okay? All right. Last little study tips that I can give you guys for this class and this course. So remember that this course is designed, not necessarily designed to teach you just the written test, as I said in the beginning. I don't like to teach A, B, C, and this is not rote memorization. That's never my goal. I'm always looking to, our company here is always trying to produce basically safe, proficient pilots, and the other component of that is consistency as well, right? We're always looking for consistency in what we do. So this is going to teach you the written test and beyond. You might see material that goes well beyond the written test that will help you prepare for the oral as well, and that's not a bad thing. We're just trying to give you a complete picture of the aviation environment. And you guys will realize pretty quickly that most of this information is new. We're expecting you guys to learn about engines and avionics and flight instruments and maps and new regulations you never heard about and how to navigate. So you're all in the same boat. We've all been through this process. It is a bit overwhelming, but just take little bites at a time. And eventually this will all kind of start to sink in and make sense as you kind of go through the course. So, just take it a little by little. Take advantage of all the quizzes and the tests that we make available to you. We've uploaded about 900 of the questions for the private pilot course, roughly. Even though that you're not required to take the lesson quizzes, I would highly encourage you to take a look at them. Remember that the final exam is pulling from those quiz questions. So the more that you can expose yourself ahead of time and kind of see how the FAA is going to trick you along the way, the better off you're going to be. And I will try to give you the most challenging questions throughout the live course to make sure that we can identify them and talk about them in real time and kind of go through them that way. Try to identify why you got it wrong. Remember, you can always go back through all your exams, and you have the ability to look at the explanations that we put in there in terms of why A is correct or B is correct. And if you still can't understand it, remember, you can take a screenshot of it and open up a help desk ticket and send it to us, or even a faster way, you also have access to the Facebook group. So on our page for Check Ride Prep, there is a Check Ride Prep group. I think there is about 12,500 to 12,600 students in there. And it's beyond students. You have instructors, you have our team in there, you have our moderators are in there that are also admins. I can guarantee you if you put a question in there, you'll probably get a response within about 5 or 10 minutes, even faster than from the help desk. And really, it's just everybody helping everybody. So you have a wide range of folks really just trying to help out through there. But remember, you can use us as a resource. You can email us. For some of the more complicated questions, it's been faster for me instead of typing it out just to give you guys a voice response and record it and then just send it in the email as well. The FAA testing supplement is your friend. We'll talk more about that moving forward. But like I said, print it out, or not print it out, just have it on your desktop just so you can kind of see what information is in there. And at the end of the day, try to have fun. This should be a fun process. You do not need to know every single thing that's coming out of my mouth. I see a lot of people write down everything verbatim. There are people walk away with a couple hundred pages of notes from these classes sometimes, but this is something that really entails lifelong learning, okay, because it's really safety related. So people who have taken this course multiple times, and when I take new courses from other instructors as well, there's always something that you forget and things that you relearn or things that you just learned for the first time, and there's things that are always changing as well. So the way that those 60 questions are broken down, this is pulled directly from the ACS, but here are your 60 questions. These are the percentages that you see here in all the different categories. These are all the categories that we are going to cover over the next 4 weeks as well. Sorry, just taking a drink of water there. All right, then finally, here's my 2 cents from me in the sense of how to actually complete your training efficiently. So number one, if you are here and present, great job. This is actually the number one way to save money initially. People who participate in ground schools either prior to starting their flight training or concurrently while doing their flight training, you can traditionally save a few $1,000s by doing this. Remember that instructors are like lawyers or anybody else. If you walk into their office and ask you a question, the bill starts, the time starts. And it's the same thing with the airplane as well. It's $70 an hour. If you ask a very simple question that you probably could have looked up, and if or if you took a class like this, it's going to be far cheaper to do it this way than pay, $20 for that one question that took 20 minutes to answer. So this can significantly reduce your costs, and you'll see in the first week, we're going to cover aviation maps, charts, airspace, flight instruments, and regulations. By the time Monday rolls around, if you were to hop in an airplane for discovery flight, you'll at least know what the heck you're looking at. You'll know briefly how to look at a map, and you'll know some of the basic regulations as well. And I mean, that puts you, light years ahead of someone that knows nothing coming in as well. Okay. Work with your flight instructor and plan ahead. So good flight instructors usually have a plan of action. We don't usually, in the past, when I used to flight instruct, I don't anymore. When I used to do it on a regular basis, it was, okay, well, this is what we're going to be doing on Tuesday. This is the game plan. I want you to read this chapter. I want you to learn about, power on stalls, or what we call departure stalls now. If you have an instructor that's very laissez-faire, where it's kind of, we'll just do whatever comes to mind when I show up, try to stay away from that. The more that you can, stick to a topic and kind of stick to a schedule, the better off you're going to be as well. And that will allow you to kind of read up on the materials and kind of get a head start prior to doing that. So the other thing too is the airplane is honestly the worst place to learn. You have so many different things that are, attacking your brain at once. You've got air traffic controllers, and you've got your instructor yelling at you or talking to you. You're trying to basically control this airplane in 3 dimensions and everything else. And in addition to that, when you start that engine, it is billing you every 6 minutes. That's a 1/10 of an hour. Okay, so if you have a question in the airplane while you're on the ground when that engine's running, that could be a $30 question. So try to get all your questions and everything you need to know pre-flight done. Go through a post-flight debriefing, what went well, what didn't go well, and just try to come prepared and spend your time wisely. That will save quite a bit of money. I've seen students who like to engage on a lot of questions that don't need to be answered right away, but if they want them, they want them. Try to fly at least 2 to 3 times a week. I understand that this is a very expensive hobby or profession. Unfortunately, I wish it was a lot cheaper. We have seen the costs be as little as $6,000, and we've seen the costs go, upwards to $12,000 to $15,000, depending on where you're actually going and the type of aircraft that you're using. So, the more that you can fly, this is truly like a use it or lose it, type of event here. The reason why I say that is just like calculus that I took in college, God knows how many years ago. I can barely operate a calculator today. So if you ask me to do anything calculus, it's like a worthless endeavor. For those who fly like once a month, in my past experience, for students who basically come in every 30 days, honestly, we spend about a third of the lesson trying to go over everything that they forgot in the previous lesson. And that's the reason why it's better to kind of be a little bit more consistent and on top of it if you can. There are some tips and tricks out there. There are a lot of aviation scholarships. Some people will save enough money to get through their solo and then save another chunk to get through their cross countries and then, save that final chunk for their check ride and do it kind of in a chunked methodology, whatever that is. There's also other ways of kind of scraping together funds. I would take a look. I think we have an aviation scholarships page where we put together all the different major companies. They give away millions and millions of dollars a year. You just got to do a little bit of legwork. Sometimes they're essay based. There's a lot of great organizations out there. You have OBAV and Women in Aviation. You have the National Gay Pilots Association and other organizations like EAA and AOPA that also do a lot of aviation scholarships. So there's plenty of opportunity for those that are willing to take that extra step. Finally, stick with traditional aircraft. A lot of people is kind of going against the grain, but try to stick with something a little slower and dumber in the sense of Cessnas or Pipers. The faster and cooler aircraft, I know they're awesome. Cirruses, they have air conditioners, they have parachutes. Diamonds are really cool too. They've got like the latest and greatest G1000 TV screens and everything else. The reality is that these aircraft cost significantly more. Diamonds will usually run $170 to $180 an hour. A Cirrus can run upwards with the turbos of around $400 to $450 an hour. So not only is it a lot more expensive to rent these airplanes, based upon the more advanced capabilities, that parachute, you have to learn how that parachute operates as part of your check ride. That fancy TV screen that has all the information on it instead of those old round dials, we call that the G1000. That is a lot. It's a really cool device, and unfortunately, you got to learn all the different functionalities, the menus, the submenus, the bells, the whistles, and that usually takes students an extra, 3 to 5 hours, depending on how tech savvy you are. And in addition to that, these aircraft are much slicker and they're much faster. So if you are trying to, do maneuvers or those types of things, it's actually a little bit easier to do it in a slower airplane rather than one that's going twice as fast. Now, that being said, if you have already put down the down payment in one of these airplanes and you're buying a Cirrus at the end of your training or for the purposes of your training, then obviously it does not make sense to start off in a Cessna or Piper. That would probably be the exception that I would say for you guys. That are probably going to pursue that route. There are some students that exclusively buy certain airplanes, and if that's what you're going to end up flying, that's the one that I would say you should attempt to train in. For everybody else, though, you can always upgrade to a Cirrus or a Diamond or any other aircraft out there once you get your pilot's license. It's actually easier to do that. It's going to be far cheaper than doing all of your training in that specific type of aircraft. So some people may not like that, but once again, that is my little 2 cents of what I've kind of learned over the years. All right, moving on. What can you do and what can you not do with your license? This is not an inclusive list. We will go over exactly what you can do and what you cannot do on Monday when we talk about federal aviation regulations. This is more of like an overview per se, just to kind of let you guys know what you're in for. If you got a whopping $5 to $6 million, you could buy a Pilatus PC-12 like this aircraft here. It's a single engine airplane. It's actually a single engine land airplane with retractable gear. And you could actually fly this by yourself. You would need a couple extra endorsements that we'll talk about once again on Monday. And really the sky's the limit with whatever your budget is. So, eventually you can upgrade to 2 engines. You can upgrade to a seaplane. You could do, the combinations are kind of endless when it comes to aviations and really what you want to spend at the end of the day. The majority of pilots out there, there's currently over 600,000 licensed pilots in the United States. Majority of them are going to be licensed under the private pilot There are a couple other certificates that people can get, such as a sport pilot, which is a more recent invention of the FAA. A sport pilot is another opportunity. So for someone that may have medical issues, it's a little bit easier way of basically getting certified as a pilot. Now, as a sport pilot, you are basically limited to fly what is called a light sport aircraft, an LSA. And then there's also certain weight limitations, passenger constraints, and the list kind of goes on, but at least it gets you in the air. The other one is a recreational pilot. There's less than 200 of these in the United States. This was back in the 50s when, the FAA had this idea, and same thing with the industry, of everyone was going to fly to work. So they basically made a reduced license in the sense that you could fly up to 50 nautical miles from your primary airport, go to work, come back home, and call it a day. So that one is not as common. So the most common one will be your private pilot license. For anybody here that is interested in sport pilot, or sometimes we have helicopter pilots, the information is relatively the same. For helicopter pilots, it's about 95% the same, except for a couple aerodynamic things like the vortex ring state and a couple new regulations. For anybody else that's hailing from outside the United States, 90% of what we're going to cover in this class is going to be applicable. Aviation is fairly universal. It's mainly the regulations that are slightly varied from country to country. So a private pilot at the end of the day is someone who flies for pleasure or personal business without accepting compensation for flying, except in very limited and specific circumstances. So what we usually like to say is that private pilots have the unlimited solo privileges to carry passengers and or cargo, as long as it's not for hire and or compensation. That's the official definition that we use. So basically, you can split the cost with your friends and family or whoever goes with you. So for example, if I fly out to Vegas and the entire rental costs $100 and I'm going with a friend of mine, I could split it $50 here and $50 there, 50-50 basically. If I go with 4 friends, I could get it down to $25 per person. The main thing is that the pilot in command, the person who's actually flying, is not profiting from the flight. So in order to basically get compensated or profit from that flight, then you need to have a commercial license, which is another license in itself that you have to kind of go through that process. So you can carry passengers and cargo, and you can also use the aircraft basically for the furtherance of a business. It is permitted. That's not permitted when you're a student pilot, but that is permitted once you're a licensed pilot. A private pilot may not be compensated in any way for services as a pilot. It's very important. So you can't just pick up and fly your friends for $3,000 to Vegas because they've got the cash burning a hole in their pocket. That's not the way this works. But you can split the cost, which is known as the pro rata share. Pro rata share is a fancy way of just saying splitting the cost. And that can only include flight expenses such as fuel or rental costs. That could also include oil as well. It doesn't include the insurance, the tie downs, the hangars, and all the other stuff in between. Okay. So with that, I'm going to share with you guys your very, very first FAA test question. Keep in mind, if you're on our website, please do not answer in the chat. Once the poll becomes open, it's not open quite yet. Let me open it up real quick. Once the poll becomes open, on the right side, wherever the chat is located beneath where you actually are supposed to type, you'll see something that says vote. Click on the vote button and just go ahead and read away. If you're unsure of where it is, put a message in the chat and we'll answer it. For everybody else on YouTube or Facebook, unfortunately, we do not have these capabilities on those platforms. So make a mental note, write it down on a piece of paper. Do not share it. Don't give away the potential answer to your fellow students. All right, so back to the question. In regards to privileges and limitations, a private pilot may, is it A, not pay less than the pro rata share of the operating expenses of a flight with passengers, provided the expenses involve only fuel, oil, airport expenditures, or rental fees? B, act as pilot in command of an aircraft carrying a passenger for compensation if the flight is in connection with a business or employment? Or C, not be paid in any manner for the operating expenses of a flight? Right, got the first third of the class in. Thank you almost for throwing it in the chat there, or not throwing it in the chat. All right, there's about 50%. And as I said, the list that we just went over is a pretty short summary. There's a lot more detail to that discussion that we'll have on Monday once we actually dig into the regulations. Jamal, no worries, no worries. I think you said, sir, that you're in the United Aviate program. That's pretty cool. So that'll actually put you in the United crowd pretty soon after a couple years. All right, coming to a close here. Got about 90%. Just waiting for a few stragglers to find that vote button, and then we'll call it out. That's awesome, Jamal. Roxy, you're also going to be in Aviate. That's awesome. Yeah, I love how the airlines are doing all these programs. JetBlue came out with one. Delta came out with one. United came out with one. So trying to help out with that pilot shortage out there. All right, I'm going to close it out. I apologize if I cut off anybody here, but it looks like we got majority of the class in. So 86% of the class has the correct answer. It is A. We had about 5% on B and a few people on C there. So it is not pay less than the pro rata share, which is that equal share of the operating expenses of a flight with passengers, provided the expenses involve only fuel, oil, airport expenditures, or rental fees. So there are certain times when you can get reimbursed, for basically your flight expenses beyond this. We're going to talk about those more on Monday. But some examples would be if you're participating in search and rescue for, let's say, the Civil Air Patrol, or you are potentially donating the flight for a recognized 501c3 charity. That is another opportunity that you can be reimbursed, mainly on the tax side, to get compensated. Okay. All right, moving along here. This is the final little thing I'll give you guys for anybody that kind of wants to know the order. And there's really no right or wrong order, but this is the most logical order that most people follow. So for most of us, we will probably end up with the private pilot license, and it has that 40-hour minimum. So like I said, if you guys go over and if you're the 100-hour pilot that gets your private pilot license and you want to become a professional pilot, don't worry about it, because guess what? You need those hours to become a commercial pilot anyways. All the hours that you have, regardless if you did them 10 years ago or if you just did them yesterday, they all count in your logbook. Your hours never, ever expire. So private pilot is the most basic level. Private pilot is really for recreational purposes, learning purposes, just kind of go out and have fun. The big thing with private pilot, though, is you cannot fly through clouds, and you can't fly, we're going to talk more about certain weather conditions, but you basically need to have enough visibility in and around clouds and forward visibility to get you in and around the airports. The next license, the most logical step that most people take, is the instrument pilot. This is where we train you to solely fly by the flight instruments and not look outside. So we traditionally have you fly an additional 50 cross-country flight hours, and you also have 40 hours of hood time or simulated instrument or actual IFR time, which is instrument flight rules. And this is basically teaching you all about, we in this class teach you all about VFR. This one is teaching you about the instrument flight rules, which is a whole separate class in itself. We're actually teaching that at the end of this month if anybody's interested. So that basically allows you to fly in those conditions that are less than VFR in and through clouds, and they basically allow you to, execute different approaches and departures and those types of things. On your way up, then the next logical step that most people take if they want to get paid or potentially reduce, some people just get a commercial license because it reduces your insurance for your own personal aircraft, it's a 250-hour minimum. You basically learn about controlling the aircraft and finessing the aircraft with different maneuvers, and that's really your commercial. Once you're done with your commercial, then all bets are off. You could, if you're lucky, pick up a commercial flying gig, dropping skydivers, doing photography. If you're really lucky, you might be able to get a gig as a charter pilot, flying for business jets and those types of things, get a type rating. Some people will end up getting their multi-engine license here, and they'll get a commercial multi-engine. Some people will end up becoming a certified flight instructor, and I only encourage you to do that if you enjoy teaching. Do not do it just to build hours. And the end goal for most people professionally is to get to that wonderful 1,500 hour mark. You need 1,500 hours in order to become an airline transport pilot. And this is where you could officially get hired by the airlines. Typically, you'll start at a regional and then work for them for a couple years and then go up to a major or a low-cost carrier, whatever kind of suits your personal lifestyle. So really, once you become a commercial pilot, this is officially where you stop paying for your flights and other people actually start paying you. So a lot of people look forward to that. But like I said, a lot of people, this is the most common route if you're trying to get to, the airline side. Some people have no interest in it, but there's a lot of different avenues that you can take depending on wherever your passions lie, and a lot of things you can do in and around aviation as well. Okay, it's a lot of talking. A couple minutes early here. So before I continue, do you guys have any questions about the course or the private pilot license, the medical, or anything else that I covered that I may have missed thus far? If weather changes and you happen to be stuck in IFR, what happens with the FAA? So once again, you have certain weather limitations, Pat, that you have to abide by. If you're just a private pilot, you can't fly. You're just going to ground yourself and wait for the weather to become better. So it's as simple as that. If you're up in the air, like Alex said, then obviously that's a whole different story. So is there a difference in insurance between the levels? So traditionally, the more hours that you have in terms of flight experience, and also, if you have a commercial license, you're actually, if you just get an instrument license, instrument rating attached to your private pilot, your insurance actually goes down substantially. If you get a commercial, it goes down a little bit more. But in addition to that, they look at how many flight hours you have. Basically, how much experience do you have? Traditionally, you are the riskiest in the first 1,000 hours of flight when it comes to the insurance companies. That's when you're doing most of your learning and kind of doing that. Okay. Daniel looked up the AME locations, but it doesn't have all of the address and contact info. Unfortunately, just make sure you use that FAA website. I'm surprised it's not on there. If not, what I do is just highlight the doctor's name and do a Google search, and you can probably track them down. Okay. Glider rating. If you already have any type of license from the FAA, you do not need a student pilot certificate. That would just be a category change, Charles, so you'll be good there. Okay. Third class is good for, Lorraine is asking how long the medicals are good for. So just for the purposes of our class, the third class is basically valid for 60 calendar months if you're below 40. It's valid for 24 calendar months if you're above 40. And second class is going to be valid for roughly the same time period, and first class is valid the same thing. The main thing is that it's a little bit different. So like a first class medical is only valid if you're below 40. It's valid for 12 calendar months, and then it basically the rights and privileges changes to a third class medical for the balance of the time. It's a little bit more complicated. I'm sure we could find a chart on that for you. Okay. Do you need a student pilot license for sport training? Yes, you do. Okay. All right, I'm going to pause there with the questions as long as there's not too many more. But once again, I'm going to go ahead and push on so we can finish on time today. So as I said the other day, this is moving into the aerodynamics section. So first thing we're going to talk about is aircraft components. So every single airplane is basically the same. They all come in different shapes, sizes, but there's really kind of just a few main components when we look at them. We have the power plant. So most of the general aviation power plants are going to be driven by propeller. Obviously, if we look at airliners, they're generally going to be driven by some type of turbine, so some type of turbine jet. But for most of us, the power plant on the prop side, or propeller, prop for short, that is actually pulling us through the air. There's 99% of the general aviation aircraft are actually pulling us through the air. There's one or two out there like the Skymaster, the Cessna Skymaster. That's a push-pull plane. That's a very odd configuration. The center section is called the fuselage. This is where basically we live, the pilots, the passengers, the cargo, anything else that you're basically storing in the aircraft will go within this location. And then attached to that, you have the wings in green. So obviously a right wing and a left wing. With those wings, the wing is the thing. The wing and the shape of the wing, or what we call the camber of the wing. And there's an upper camber and a lower camber, which is basically the upper, just think of it as the top part of the wing and the bottom part of the wing. That is what allows this airplane to fly, and we'll talk more about that when we go into Bernoulli's principle after break. Attached to that is a landing gear. For most of us, we're going to be dealing with either two types of landing gear, either fixed gear, meaning it's always down. There's nothing that we can do. We can never bring it up. Or there's a retractable landing gear in more advanced aircraft where you can actually bring it up after takeoff and basically extend it prior to landing when you're coming back in. On the tail here, you've got the empennage, and the empennage is basically consisting of two different devices. We have a vertical stabilizer right here, and then we have a horizontal stabilizer going in the other direction, and we actually have flight controls that are basically attached to either one of these. So, moving forward, looking at even a C-130, it has the same components. Obviously, it has a few extra things here. We have a fuselage with a cockpit. Now, obviously, this has 4 different power plants instead of just a single power plant. We have the wings that provide the lift, and we have flaps that are attached to it. So some people were asking what flaps are. Flaps are usually on the inboard section of the wings, located kind of, horrible drawing, right about here. And what the flaps do is they basically extend and they change the shape of the wing, or they basically change the camber of the wing. And what they allow pilots to do, you'll see them if you're ever sitting next to, or if you're either on the ground watching an airplane come in, or if you ever are sitting on the window seat kind of over the wings on a commercial airliner. They're extended usually for coming into land. And what they do is they allow for a steeper descent, and you don't actually pick up additional airspeed. And it actually reduces the stalling speed, meaning the airplane can come in slower when it is coming in for a landing rather than faster. Beyond that, we also have our ailerons. So the ailerons are usually located in the outboard section over here, and they're also located over here. The ailerons allow us to basically turn right or left, or what we call roll the aircraft right or left. The tail end is that empennage. A lot of these are French words as well. So the vertical stabilizer is that top portion, and attached to the vertical stabilizer in the back is the rudder. This is the rudder portion right there. The bottom portion of that is going to be called your horizontal stabilizer. Reason why we call it horizontal is it's basically placed horizontal. And on the tail end, on both sides, you have the elevator here and here. Okay, so those are the most common components of your aircraft as you kind of go along. All right, give me like 3 more minutes so I can cover the motion of the aircraft, and then we'll take that 5-minute break, and we'll come back here. All right, so you have 3 different primary flight controls, and then you have secondary flight controls. Your primary flight controls are your ailerons, your elevator, and your rudder. So the first one is going to be your ailerons. So the ailerons, like I said, are on the outboard portion of the wing, and they move in opposite directions. So for example, if one aileron is up, and keep in mind this is completely exaggerated, the other one is going to be deflected in the down position. So they're going to move proportional to each other. But there's always going to be one up and one down unless they're in what we call the trailing position, which is effectively neutral. The way that this works is this is actually controlled using your yoke. So if you twist the yoke to the left or to the right, it will actually move those ailerons up or down, and then you will roll to the right or to the left. Okay, you can think of it as like a turn. This is based upon the longitudinal axis of motion. So if you were to draw a straight line from the spinner, which is the very, very front of the aircraft where the prop is, all the way to the tail, that is the longitudinal axis. And you can clearly see here are your ailerons. The white section that is not highlighted are actually the flaps, which are further inboard, closer to the fuselage themselves. Okay. All right. The next one we have is your elevator. Your elevator is attached to your horizontal stabilizer. So here's your horizontal stabilizer, and the elevator is usually this back portion that's not very well defined. We can see it a little bit clearer in the image on the left-hand side. This is going to move you about the lateral axis, and very simply, this is moving the yoke. So instead of twisting the yoke right or left, if you pull the yoke all the way to your chest, the nose of that airplane is going to lift up. Okay, so you're basically going to climb, you're going to gain altitude. If you push that yoke all the way away from your chest and towards the flight instruments, or what we call the firewall, you will descend. So that's basically going to lose altitude when you do so. So that is your elevator. Traditionally, the elevator is located on both sides, and every manufacturer is a little bit different. If you're flying a Piper, we call these stabilators. It's one giant elevator instead of 2 components like you see here. Very simply, there is a trailing position which is neutral, meaning that it's not pointed up or down, and the elevator itself, if it is pointing up in this capacity, that will end up happening is it's going to, by raising the elevator, it's going to force the tail down and the nose up, which means that you would actually climb. If you have it in the down position, because we're basically changing the way that the aerodynamics are flowing over this, by lowering the elevator forces, the tail is going to go up, the nose is going to go down. The main thing you want to pay attention to is nose down, which means that the airplane is going to descend and go closer to the ground. Okay. All right, the last one I want to cover here, and then we'll take that break, is going to be your rudder. Your rudder is kind of a new thing for most of you, so this is based upon your vertical axis. Wherever the center of gravity is in your aircraft, which is usually somewhere through the fuselage, if you were to draw a line straight through it, that is your vertical axis. Your vertical axis is controlled by the rudder, so we can see here that white portion, that is going to be your vertical stabilizer. The portion in yellow is going to be the rudder that is attached to the vertical stabilizer. So it's usually this little section right here when we're looking at it. This allows us to yaw right and left, and the way that we control this is not through the yoke, but normally if you guys drive a car, you'll have a gas pedal and a brake. In this case, you will have two different pedals. You'll have a left rudder pedal and a right rudder pedal. And when you're on the ground and the weight is on the front wheel, the caster wheel, not the caster wheel, but basically it's engaging the nose wheel there, and you step on the right or the left, this is what allows you to turn and taxi the airplane, and that's how you move around. It's a little bit, it's funny to watch everybody get into an airplane for the first time because everybody's trying to steer it with with basically the yoke like a steering wheel. It doesn't work that way. We actually control that with our feet. So if we want the airplane to go right on the ground, we hit the right rudder, we go left, same thing. Once we're in the air though, that actually controls the rudder in the back as well. So this allows us to yaw. This is not how we turn right or left, but this is primarily used to stay coordinated. We're going to talk more about coordinated flight and using the turn coordinator and how to apply the right amount of rudder pressure depending on what's actually going on in real time during the flight. Okay. Woo. All right, so with that, got 3 minutes past the hour here. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. When we come back, I'm going to show you guys a quick video on aerodynamics, and we're going to move into the 3 laws, Newton's laws. We'll go into actually all 3 of his laws. We'll go into Bernoulli's principle, talk about the 4 forces, then we'll go into stalls, and we will call it a night after that. With that, stretch your legs, grab something to eat or whatever else you need, rehydrate, and I'll see everybody back in 5. All right, everybody, welcome back from that final break here. As we move on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share roughly a 6-minute video with you. This is on the aerodynamics, kind of a little intro video to kind of try to put together what we said and using a bit more animation. And this will have a good discussion leading into some more of the finer points that we'll need to talk about with aerodynamics and how an airplane actually flies. So with that, let's go ahead and watch how an airplane works or flies, and we'll talk about it when we come back.
If you have ever flown on an airplane, you know that it's an enormous-sized, amazing machine. A typical 747 can carry more than 500 passengers and weighs around 800,000 pounds when taking off. Yet it rolls down the runway at a speed of 290 kilometers per hour, and as though by magic, lifts itself into the air and can travel up to 13,000 kilometers without stopping. Incredible, isn't it? Today, we are going to learn how an airplane flies in a very simple way by going through the aerodynamics of an airplane, the main parts of an airplane, and controlling the airplane. The aerodynamics of an airplane. The 4 aerodynamics of an airplane are drag, thrust, weight, and lift. Drag, also called air resistance, refers to the forces acting opposite to the relative motion of any object moving with respect to a surrounding fluid. The energy it takes to push through the surrounding fluid creates drag. You may have noticed an excellent example of drag reduction in track cycling. The cyclist must push through the mass of air in front, but a streamlined sitting posture that cuts through the air more smoothly enables a cyclist to travel much faster, with less effort. The airplane always retracts its landing gear and nose gear into the body of the plane after takeoff to reduce drag. Thrust counters drag. It is a mechanical force that keeps the airplane moving in the air. Thrust is generated by propellers, jet engines, or rockets. The compressor inside the jet engine takes the air and compresses it, and after processing from the combustion chamber and turbine, the gas is blown out through the exhaust nozzle. Here, Newton's third law of motion is applied, where the gas is pushed backward and the engine is pushed forward. Weight is the airplane body, passenger, and luggage weight in total. Lift overcomes the weight and holds the airplane in the air. Lift is created mostly by wings to keep the plane aloft. So, to keep the airplane moving, flying straight, and level, this must be true. Which means no net force acting upon an airplane. In any case, if drag is greater than thrust, the plane slows down. If thrust is greater than drag, the plane moves faster. If weight is greater than lift, the plane descends. If lift is greater than weight, the plane climbs. Parts of an airplane. The basic parts of an airplane are 1. Wings, 2. Horizontal stabilizer, and 3. Vertical stabilizer. The wing is the most important part of an airplane, since it produces lift that allows a plane to fly. A wing produces lift because of its slightly inclined and special shape, which is called an airfoil. This special shape is designed to deflect the air at the bottom of the wing due to more airstrikes at the bottom and less air at the top of the wing. As the airplane rolls down the runway, higher pressure and more upward force produces below the wing, and lower pressure and lesser downward force above the wing. The net result is the lifting of an airplane. Stabilizer. Stability in an airplane is a tendency to return to its initial state after a disturbance from that state. Horizontal stabilizer performs this function when the disturbance force causes the nose of an airplane to move up or down. Such movement is called pitch. Vertical stabilizer provides stability for a disturbance in yaw. Yaw is side-to-side motion of the nose. Controlling the airplane. So what are the components in an airplane which control the flight, direction, and height, and maintain the equilibrium? It's elevator, rudder, and aileron. The elevator can be deflected up or down to produce a change in the downforce produced by the horizontal tail. If the elevator is deflected upward, it increases the downforce produced by the horizontal tail, causing the nose to pitch upward. If the elevator is deflected downward, then the counteracting force causes the nose to pitch down. The rudder can be deflected to either side to produce a change in the side force produced by the vertical tail. If the rudder is deflected towards the right, it creates a side force to the left, which causes the nose to yaw to the right. If the rudder is deflected towards the left, it creates a side force to the right, which causes the nose to yaw to the left. Ailerons are located on the tips of each wing. Ailerons can be used to generate a rolling motion for an aircraft. Ailerons usually work in opposition. If the right aileron is deflected upward, then left is deflected downward, and vice versa. Let's see this. To curve the flight path, the pilot deflects one wing to move up and the other wing to move down by controlling the ailerons. With the left aileron in downwards direction, the lift will increase, whereas at the same time, the aileron of the right wing is in the upward position. Therefore, lift on the right wing is decreased. The result will roll the aircraft to the right. If the pilot reverses the aileron deflection, right aileron down, left up, the right wing will lift up and the airplane will roll to the left. The next time you travel in an airplane, you'll know how it works. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please like and subscribe to my channel for more videos. And don't...
All right, everybody, so hopefully that'll put a few more of the pieces of the puzzle together. The next thing we're going to do is look at an FA test question. I just opened up the poll. Very simply, remember to answer in the poll. Just use the vote function. This is a pretty simple one. And try not to answer in the chat if you can't help it there. What is the purpose of the rudder on an airplane? Is it A, to control yaw, B, to control overbanking tendency, or C, to control roll? Got the first third of a class in. Vote button is underneath the chat. So if you go to the bottom where you normally type a message in the chat, there is something that will probably say, what is the, and then it cuts off and it says vote to the right of that big blue button. Yeah, and for those that are trying to keep up with the notes, we do have the notes for each one of the classes. I think it's in that course companion guide that we put out. I think there's like 120 pages of notes plus all the handouts too. I got about 80% of everybody in. All right. Sorry to cut off anybody, but let's go ahead and run through it. We got about 93% of the class with the correct answers. So the purpose of the rudder on the airplane is to control yaw. That is correct. We got a few people on B and C, but to control overbanking tendency, that's actually incorrect because it's the aileron control that controls the overbanking. And then C is also incorrect because roll is controlled by the aileron. So those are two completely different systems or flight controls when we look at them. All right, moving on to the theories in production of lift and kind of talking about aerodynamics. Keep in mind that when we're looking at aerodynamics, this is really just a very surface level course. I know that sometimes we have engineers out there in our classes. There are some more advanced books, like there's an FAA book out there, and it's called the Aerodynamics for Naval Aviators, which basically goes through the calculus and the physics and everything. So if you want all the math behind it, I would encourage you guys to take a look at those books. Those are actually free because they're printed by the government. And it goes into far more detail than what we are going to be able to cover in this class. So very simply, we are looking at a wing, and this is also known as an airfoil. And as you can see, the wing is shaped in a very specific fashion. And it's this shape that basically allows the air to basically separate in what we call this is called the upper camber on the top, and we've got the lower camber on the bottom. And we'll talk about the parts of the wing here in a second. But what ends up happening here is that in this wind tunnel, you can clearly see that the wing is basically rising. And what we would say is the angle of attack is increasing to the point where there is separation at the very, very tail end here. Let's see if I can pause it right about there. Okay, actually it won't let me pause it, but there's separation right at the trailing edge here, and that's what's actually what will lead to the stall, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit towards the end of class. So there's several different parts of a wing. We talked about these briefly yesterday. So the very, very front of a wing is known as the leading edge, and that's basically right here. Very, very back part of a wing is called the trailing edge, and the shape or design, if we were to look at this, we have the upper camber, which is basically the upper shape of basically the top portion of the wing. And we have the lower camber, which is the bottom portion of the wing as well. Now, if you were to draw an imaginary line from the trailing edge to the leading edge and out in front of the airplane, that is called the chord line. So that is basically this dotted imaginary line right here that basically goes out indefinitely. And then you also have the relative wind that basically is hitting the very, very front part or the leading edge of that wing. Now, the angle, the difference between the relative wind and the chord line is known as the angle of attack. And this is something that you do want to know, because this is what we're going to talk about a lot moving forward. So this angle right here is basically the angle or the difference between the relative wind and that chord line, that imaginary line that goes out from basically the trailing edge to the leading edge in front of the airplane, and that is known as the angle of attack. Now, let me move on here. Moving on, and we'll talk about like how a wing actually flies or what actually creates lift here, but let's go through some of the basics from your high school physics class that is. There are three basic laws of motion. So from Newton, we've got Newton's first law, which is every object will remain uniform unless acted upon by an external force. So a good example of this is an airplane or an object will move when a force is applied to it. The Newton's second law is force equals the mass times the acceleration. So the acceleration rate of an object is directly proportional to the applied force and inversely proportional to its inverse mass. So more simply said, the more force we apply, the faster that object's going to go, the more acceleration that we're going to get out of it. And finally, Newton's third law is for every action, there is a equal and opposite reaction. So for thrust, there's drag. For P factor, and basically when we have thrust, for example, we will talk about these things called left-hand turning tendencies tomorrow in class, where the airplane naturally wants to turn to the left. There's four different causes of those left-hand turning tendencies, primarily found in prop-driven aircraft. The next one we're going to talk about is a gentleman named Bernoulli that is basically defines what happens if you were to basically send a fluid or a gas or a liquid through a venturi. Very simply, this is a venturi, and this is basically representing the shape of a wing, the curved top portion of a wing. And if you look at the opening and the closing, or basically the front and the end of that venturi, two things that we're kind of looking for is that the velocity and the pressure are basically the same there. And same thing with the end of that tube as well. The velocity and the pressure are the same, but where that restriction happens within that venturi right there, the throat of that venturi, what you see is that the velocity actually increases, so the air increases and the pressure decreases. And what Bernoulli's principle says is that this is what happens over that upper camber, that top portion of the airplane wing, because of that unique shape. The velocity, or in this case, the air, is going to increase. It's going to go faster, and the pressure is going to decrease because of that. So if we were to apply this to Bernoulli's principle, that shape of the wing, which is basically designed by engineers, here's the leading edge, right? And the thing that I'll kind of point out here is that upper camber of the wing, because it's shaped the way it is, if we were to take a string and go from the leading edge to the trailing edge and do the exact same thing with the lower camber, what you would actually find is that the upper camber is ever so slightly longer. The string will be slightly longer than the lower camber. So the air has a little bit further to travel on the upper portion of the wing than it does on the bottom portion of the wing. Now, because of this, on the upper portion of the wing, we have the air is actually going to speed up. And because it speeds up, it gives us that low pressure. And on the bottom portion of the wing, it is a slower speed, and it gives us that higher pressure. Okay, so because of that, that low pressure on top and the high pressure on the bottom, air naturally wants to always equalize, so it basically flows from high pressure to low pressure, and that's what actually generates lift and gets the airplane off the ground. Okay, so lift is the result of a pressure difference between the top and the bottom of the wing. Wing is designed to accelerate air over the top camber of the wing, thereby decreasing the pressure on the top and thus producing lift. All right, the next one is your airfoil design. So in airfoil, we use this term kind of interchangeably. So obviously a wing is an airfoil. It's that shape of that wing, that design of the wing that produces lift. The other thing too is that if you were to look, I'm not a good drawer, if you were to look at a prop, there's usually a 2 or 3 blade prop. That prop also is called an airfoil, and it's a unique design that basically it can basically convert the power that the engine is providing, and it converts that power into thrust, and it pulls that aircraft forward. So that's specifically what it does. The shape of that airfoil and the design of the airfoil shape of the wing creates the lift, and then as the speed builds, it actually lifts the airplane off the ground. And then remember that all of those primary control surfaces that we talked about, the rudder, the elevator, and the ailerons, are what we use as pilots to basically control that airplane and make it maneuverable and controllable for us, right? All right, let's look at another, looks like 2 FAA test questions here. Test your knowledge. Please remember to answer in the poll only. First one is dealing with Bernoulli. So which statement relates to Bernoulli's principle? Is it A, for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction? B, an additional upward force is generated as the lower surface of the wing deflects air downward? Or C, air traveling faster over the curved upper surface of an airfoil causes lower pressure on the top surface? All right, got the first third of the class in. And about 75%. Thank you again for not answering in the chat. Takes a couple of tries to get everybody on board with that. For our East Coasters that need to drop off, like I said before at the beginning of class, not a problem. You guys can catch the recording. We'll post it about 2 hours, 3 hours after class, depending on how long it takes us to get that transcoded. You can always pick it up at the end as well. But we do understand it does get late over there this time of hour. We'll try to wrap up everything, by the way, everybody, in about 40 minutes or so. I think I can get everything done, maybe a little bit less, depending if there's any questions. All right, let's take a look at it. We got 6% with A, 5% with B, and the majority of the class, 87, almost 88% with C. So the statement that best relates to Bernoulli's principle, or in this case, the only one, is going to be C. Air traveling faster over the curved upper surface of an airfoil causes lower pressure on the top surface. That's the whole point of Bernoulli's principle, right? If anyone said A, that's incorrect because that's actually Newton's third law of motion. Same thing with B as well. It's actually incorrect because that's also referring to the third law. All right, let's look at one more dealing with angle of attack. The term angle of attack is defined as the angle, is it A, between the wing chord line and the relative wind, B, between the airplane's climb angle and the horizon, or C, formed by the longitudinal axis of an airplane and the chord line of the wing. First third is in so far. Oh, Cody, I just stopped talking for a sec, so there should still be sound, everybody. Trying to give you guys as much mental power as you need for these questions. Got about 75% of the class in. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at it. Sorry if I'm cutting off anybody. I see a few last minute answers in there. We've got 79% with A, 5% with B, and 14, 15-ish% with C. The majority of the class has it. The term angle of attack is defined as the angle between the wing chord line and the relative wind. For anybody that said B, that's actually incorrect because there's actually no specific term for the airplane's climb angle on the horizon. Anybody that said C, you guys are advanced students, that's called the angle of incidence, which is something we've never talked about either. I only try to give you guys test questions that we talk about for actually providing them. All right, the next thing we're going to talk about is going to be the four forces, basically what gets these airplanes off the ground and flying. There are traditionally four forces, and they each oppose each other. So we have thrust that basically pulls the airplane along, drag, which counteracts the thrust. We have lift, which lifts it up with the wings that we talked about before. And then we have weight, which counteracts the lift. So the only time that these are all equal is when the airplane is basically in straight and level unaccelerated flight. That's when all four forces are actually going to be equal. You might see that on an FA test question on your quizzes. First one we have is thrust. Thrust is a pretty easy one to cover. Basically, it's the aircraft engine that provides the power, but it's that airfoil shape that we talked about before from the propeller that converts the power into thrust and then pulls the airplane forward. For everything that we're going to be dealing with, we're going to be talking about props and propellers in this airplane. We don't talk about jet engines or anything like that. Thrust always acts parallel to the longitudinal axis. However, there's a couple cases that it doesn't necessarily do so. So I can't always say always then. Drag is what is the resist thrust. It's the opposite. And drag is the force that resists the movement of the aircraft through the air. There's two basic types of drag. There's parasite or parasitic drag and induced drag. The drag that is not associated with the production of lift is called parasitic drag, and it increases as the square of the airspeed. So basically, as you go faster, parasite drag will start to increase. And this is comprised of forces that slow the aircraft movement. So these are things like form drag, like anything sticking out from the airplane. There's also interference drag and skin friction drag. That's all part of number one. Number two is induced drag. So induced drag is actually highest at slowest airspeeds, and the faster that you go, the induced drag actually decreases. And it's caused by the same factors that produce lift. Amount varies inversely with airspeed. So as airspeed decreases, the angle of attack must be increased. Meaning we actually have to increase pulling back on your yoke to basically keep that airplane at the same altitude. So going into the parasitic drag, here are the three subtypes of parasitic drag. We have form drag, which is literally anything that sticks out into the airstream. So wheels, antennas, rivets, anything that's really not smooth and perfectly buttoned down. We have interference drag, and the best example I can give you for this is if we look at a fuselage and we have the wing coming off of that fuselage, the interference comes from these little eddy currents in the turbulence in between, located right there, basically where the wing meets the fuselage. And it basically restricts the smooth airflow because it's just kind of in a specific position where the airflow is nice and smooth over the entire wing, but in this little corner here, it becomes a bit restricted. The last one is skin friction drag. This is aerodynamic resistance due to the contact of moving air with the skin surface. So very simply, your aircraft is not perfectly smooth, no matter how smooth you think it is. There's always going to be some type of resistance due to basically that the friction of the skin and the air. Between that, we have our drag curves. So this is basically looking at the induced drag and your parasitic drag together. So as I said before, your induced drag is always going to be the highest point at lower airspeed. So the lowest airspeed, you can kind of think of that as the 0 mark. That's your lowest drag and your lowest airspeed. And as you actually increase in speed, your induced drag becomes less. Now, the problem with that is your parasitic drag, which is all those things sticking out that we talked about, all the wheels, rivets, antennas, the interference drag, and the skin drag. That starts to increase as your airspeed increases in proportion. So the red line at the very top is called your total drag curve, and this is just adding the parasitic drag and the induced drag together. And what you have here is that the lowest point, horrible line, the lowest point of the center there, right there, that is the point where the drag is the least. It's going to be called your most efficient speed. And it's the one at which the airfoil or your wing can generate the maximum lift and the minimum drag. So this is where you get your maximum glide distance, and this is a value that's calculated by the manufacturer. They give it to you. So if you ever lost an engine, you want to obviously have the best opportunity to make it to an airport or a safe place to land. So you'd want to actually use that airspeed, which is providing you the least amount of drag to get you as far as possible to wherever you need to go. On the tail end of that, this is your stall speed over here, which is the very top part or the beginning part of the total drag curve. So if you go any slower than this, you're not going to be able to generate enough lift to stay at the altitude, thus you stall. We'll talk more about stalls here moving forward right before the end of class. The last one that we have before we get into lift again is weight. So weight is just the combined load of the aircraft itself. So we have an entire class on weight and balance and how to calculate that. But this includes the actual aircraft itself, what we call the basic empty weight, the crew, the fuel, the cargo, the bags. And this is the downward force on the airplane caused by gravity, which opposes lift, and it always acts straight downward because it is gravity. The last one that we have is going to be called lift. We talked a little bit about this before. So lift opposes the downward force of weight and is produced by the dynamic effect of the air acting on the airfoil. It always acts perpendicular to the flight path through the center of lift. Okay. All right, now one of the byproducts of lift is going to be these things called wingtip vortices. So anytime that an aircraft is airborne, whether it's small or large, you're going to see these wingtip vortices, not necessarily see them, but they will be there. Most of the time you cannot see wingtip vortices because it's just a basically spiraling airflow that comes off of each one of the wingtips. Here, this is a NASA video, so we're actually flying an aircraft to demonstrate this. You can usually see it if an aircraft is also flying out of the clouds or a fog bank as well. Every aircraft will develop these, and anytime that lift is generated, you will see these. So once the wheels are off the ground, then every aircraft will have some type of wingtip vortices. The reason why we're talking about them is that with wingtip vortices, what will end up happening is that as the wing kind of moves forward, it's actually creating a spiral of air that's trailing off of the wing tips, and it comes off of each of the wing tips, the right wing tip and the left wing tip, and it will start to spiral outward and upward, and then it will usually go inward and then kind of tuck behind the wing as well. So the reason why this is important, and here's another view of that as well, just to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. The reason why this is important is that wingtip vortices create this hazard called wake turbulence. I don't know if anyone here has ever jet skied or been on a lake. If you have like a large boat that passes you, that boat creates a wake in the actual water that you can physically see. It's very much the same thing, but it's making a wake with the air. And if an airplane, a smaller airplane, gets trapped in a larger wake, that can pose a hazard specifically during the takeoff and landing phases where, if you're a little tiny 2-seater airplane following a large 747, if you get close enough and you get stuck in that aircraft's wake, it's enough to definitely flip and roll the airplane and potentially cause structural damage as well. So the intensity of the wake turbulence is going to be dependent upon the aircraft's size, speed, and the configuration. The configuration is, does it gear up, gear down? Is it full flaps? Is it no flaps? Those types of things. But the one that you want to know, and there is an FA test question that you'll probably see, is that the strongest vortices are produced by heavy aircraft flying slow with wing flaps and landing gear retracted. So what we like to say is heavy, slow, and clean. Usually this is on the departure phase of flight. Large jet aircraft can generate these vortices, and they can persist for many minutes. So air traffic control will traditionally give you about 1 to 3 miles of spacing depending on the size of the aircraft that you're following. But at the end of the day, it's your discretion as the pilot in command to determine if you think that's enough separation or not. So they have the ability to kind of go with where the wind goes. So if the wind has the ability to basically have these wingtip vortices or this wake turbulence kind of stay in place for a longer period of time, depending on the conditions that you are flying in. Now, there's a couple different ways to avoid wake turbulence. Obviously, don't fly directly behind a large aircraft. And with that, the wake turbulence in normal conditions will generally sink about 500 to 1,000 feet per minute. And obviously you want to avoid that area. If you're going to follow something like that, you obviously want to be in a position that would put you a bit higher than that aircraft to avoid that area. And when we're coming in or to land or we're coming in to take off, we have a couple different things that we can do to avoid it. So as soon as that large aircraft comes in and the wheels touch the ground, the lift is stopped being generated. So that's when the wake turbulence ends. But very simply, if you're following another aircraft in, the best thing to do is figure out where they actually touch down. So if that's their touchdown point, you want to land beyond the point that other aircraft touched down. If you're taking off and you note that their rotation, basically when the pilot starts pulling back, is in that point, you're going to basically rotate or take off prior to that aircraft, and you're basically going to try to stay outside of that wake and potentially ask for an early turnout as well. Now, this is also important if you're at an airport that has parallel runways. So some airports, you might have a runway that are basically side by side. And if you have a large jet aircraft that's taking off, and if the wind is blowing in the right direction as they take off, those wake, basically that wake turbulence has the ability to kind of go to the other parallel runway. So that's something that you should also caution yourself with as well. Okay. All right, the last one, actually the last two that we're going to talk about is just ground effect, and we'll talk about stalls and we'll be out of here. So ground effect is going to occur within one wingspan or less above the surface of the Earth. And the airflow around the wing and the wingtips is actually modified, and the resulting pattern reduces the downwash and the induced drag. So these changes can result in the aircraft becoming airborne before reaching the recommended takeoff speed or floating during an approach to land. So this is really an area, as I said before, that once you're above the ground within one wingspan, you're going to get kind of this area or improved performance. And ground effect is, as I said, simply a reduction of induced drag, because as the aircraft in flight becomes within one wingspan of the length of the surface, there's a change in the three-dimensional airflow. Okay, so with this, I think this is a better image. This is one from Rod Machado. If the airplane is outside of ground effect, right, don't worry about all these arrows and everything else. The main thing is that the wingtip, pay attention to the arrow, this white arrow, the wingtip vortices in the back. And the wingtip vortices are really what we're kind of paying attention to, because the three-dimensional airflow in and around this aircraft with the downwash and everything else, if it's not near the ground or if it's above that one wingspan, it basically acts in the traditional manner. But when you get within one wingspan of the runway or the ground, that 3D airflow is interrupted mainly because of the fact that you have this giant piece of pavement or dirt, whatever you're landing on, and that airflow is basically redirected up, and it kind of creates this cushion. Okay, so the wingtip vortices thus downwash, having decreased, and they also allow total lift to tilt forward. And very simply, the result of ground, the effective ground effect is just that it kind of creates this artificial bump in performance when you're closer to the ground due to, that change of the three-dimensional airflow when we're looking at it. Okay, so it does depend on the size of the plane as well. There's 3 different categories of wake turbulence that the FAA defines. It's low, medium, or high. Basically, all of you guys in general aviation will be low. Some of the business jets are medium, and then pretty much most airliners out there, 747, 750. 757 is actually the worst one out there. Those are all going to be high wake turbulence categories. Okay. All right, I wanted to cover this final FAA test question. We'll cover stalls, and then we'll get out of here at the top of the hour, preferably a little bit sooner. So what is ground effect? Is it A, the result of interference of the surface of the Earth with the airflow patterns of an airplane? B, the result of an alteration in airflow patterns, increasing induced drag about the wings of an airplane? C, the result of disruption of the airflow patterns about the wings of an airplane to the point where the wings will no longer support the airplane in flight? Poll is open. Answer in the poll only. All right, got the first third of the class in. Eric, when it talks about heavy, there's a certain classification. I know it's in the AIM. I can look it up though, unless Missy or Alex may know it. I don't. It may deal with the wake turbulence, but there also may be another reason. I'm not entirely sure. There is a classification in what is how the FAA determines heavy or not. All right, got about 2/3 in. All right, it looks like just about everybody. Apologize if I cut you guys off. We got 80% with A, 12% with B, and the balance of the class with C. The A is the majority of the class, does have it correct. What is ground effect? It's the result of the interference of the surface of the Earth with the airflow patterns. So those are the same 3D airflow patterns that we're talking about. For anybody that said B, that we did use the word induced drag. I know that's a buzzword, but the problem with it is it's not increasing, it's actually decreasing induced drag. So if you saw something related to that, then that would have been correct. But because they're using the word increasing, that's actually not correct. And C is actually incorrect because when we look at it, because the disruption of the wingtip vortices actually increases lift, it doesn't decrease lift as well. So right here, it's saying that wings will no longer support the airplane, which means it decreases lift. In this case, it's actually increasing lift when we look at that. All right. Good job, everybody. All right, moving on to stalls. So a stall is something that can occur at really any airspeed, any configuration, at any point in flight. Could be a high-speed stall or a low-speed stall. High-speed stalls we call accelerated stalls. You guys will have an opportunity to practice stalls as well. You guys will practice both departure stalls and approach to landing stalls. So you'll practice basically a stall with full power, and you'll also practice a stall with no power as well, and the recovery methods behind them once you're early on in your training. So very simply, a stall is going to be a rapid decrease in lift caused by the separation of airflow from the wing's surface brought on by exceeding the critical angle of attack. Like you saw in the very beginning video, that GIF that I showed you guys with that wing in the air tunnel, you could see this is what we call the smooth laminar airflow. Basically, all of this air is pretty much, you can kind of think of it pretty close or glued to the very top portion of the wing. And that's what we mean. But if you start to increase the angle of attack, meaning you start to pitch up, and remember, the angle of attack is that imaginary chord line and the angle of the relative wind. As that starts to increase, that smooth laminar airflow is going to start to get disrupted, and it usually starts to get disrupted from the rear of the airplane, and then it starts to make its way forward to the point where the wing is not going to be able to generate enough lift. It doesn't generate zero lift, but it cannot generate enough lift to sustain that aircraft in flight. So important thing here is a stall can occur at any pitch attitude or airspeed, does not matter. And then in a stall, the wing does not totally stop producing lift, rather it just cannot generate enough lift. Most of the aircraft out there, when you exceed the critical angle of attack, it will stall regardless. So most aircraft are going to be somewhere between 16 to 22 degrees. And that's something that's basically defined by the engineering process and the manufacturers. There's a couple different types of stalls. Like I said, you guys will practice the low speed stalls. So these are your practice stalls, and basically your angle of attack has to be increased, meaning that the slower that you go, if you want to maintain 3,000 feet, you have to continually basically pointing that nose higher and higher in the sky. Otherwise, you're going to start to kind of do a flat descent, and eventually you will exceed the critical angle of attack and you will stall. A high-speed stall, another way that we call these are going to be accelerated stalls. You would practice these. We actually, everybody practice these in a commercial. If you're working on a commercial license, you get to practice these. But very simply, if you were to, in this example, if you were to go into a dive and you hit 100 knots and you pulled back as hard as you could, the aircraft is going to stall. Okay. If you change the angle of attack very, very quickly from low to high, you'll exceed it and the aircraft will stall. Same thing goes when we do our accelerated stalls for our commercial. We usually have students in a 50-degree bank, and then we pull up, or 45-degree bank to the right or left, and then we pull up, and that's basically demonstrating that accelerated stall. The other one that we'll talk about tomorrow is turning. Very, very simply, that if we turn, depending on our bank angle, once we get to 60 degrees, we're actually pulling 2 Gs in the airplane. So if the airplane is pulling 2 Gs, it's going to weigh 2 times more than it used to, and you may not have enough lift to basically sustain the weight of that aircraft to stay in flight. So very simply, anytime that you get into a stall, the number one thing that we do is we decrease the angle of attack. So we point the nose slightly down, we increase the power. We basically want more airflow to go over those wings, and then we regain control of the aircraft. So you guys will learn the step-by-step procedures of kind of what that looks like. In the last example before we go tonight, we have a Diamond DA-40 aircraft, and they are basically showing you guys a stall in progress. What the company did was they effectively took the Diamond wing and they basically taped a bunch of strings to it. And what you want to pay attention to is the strings at the very, very trailing edge, the back portion of the wing. And what will end up happening is that this pilot is inevitably increasing their attitude, and to the point where it's going to exceed the critical angle of attack. And pay attention to all those noodles. That is the stall right about there where they all go crazy, because you have separation. Remember, at the end of the day, that it wants that smooth laminar airflow over the entire wing. And what will end up happening is when we get that separation, it's not going to be able to sustain lift, and what will end up happening is the nose will drop. Now, the recovery, as I said before, is pretty simple. Drop the nose below the horizon, increase the power, and you just want to get more airflow going over those wings. There's the stall again. Drops the nose, recovers. Here it is, a little bit slower, 50% slower. We can see that the pilot is actually banking up. Their angle of attack is increasing. They exceed it. And you have separation on the very, very trailing edge of the wing there. Okay. Recovery is very simple. Push the nose forward and recover. So anytime that the aircraft is basically experiencing this, and potentially if it is going to be in a stall or potentially a spin, this could lead to a spin if you're not careful. You know, the main thing that you guys will learn is kind of the recovery procedures. You'll also learn spin recovery procedures depending on the aircraft that you're in, either pair or reap, and then kind of go from there. All right, so with that, that is everything that I wanted to cover for the purposes of today to kind of play catch up with round number 2 here. So thanks again, everybody, for hanging out and participating. Seems like we had about 211 people on tonight through all the platforms. So hopefully this is the way that we wanted to do this yesterday. Unfortunately, you know, things happen. So we will make the effort to make it right and get everybody through so that way you guys have the information on hand. With that, I am going to stick around. If you have any more questions, we will resume our normal classes tomorrow, which is Wednesday. That is going to be September 8th at 5 p.m. Pacific time. This recording will be up, and we're going to replace the old recording because I don't like it. So this will be up in the next few hours. It'll also be up on the mobile device later tonight as well. But thanks again, everybody, for hanging out, and we will talk to you guys and gals tomorrow. Do appreciate it. Like I said, thanks again for giving us another chance here. Hwanju, good to see you from South Korea out there. Have you back in class. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks again to all the moderators. Remember, the moderators do this on a volunteer basis. So, you know, Missy, and we've got Cezanne. We also have Alex, we have moderator Cody out there, we've got Ryan, and a few others as well. So thank you again for showing up. Do appreciate it, that extra day here. But great to have everybody back in class. All right. I know it went by a little faster. It always goes by faster, Nathaniel, when we got smaller classes because there's less questions. It's actually a little easier to teach that in that way. Less confusion, but I'm sure we'll see the 1,000 people in class tomorrow that we had the first day. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Thank you again. With that, if there's any questions that we were not able to answer, feel free to, you know, shoot us a help desk ticket, or you can even post it. You know, you can post a message in the Facebook group as well if it's not, you know, if it's just a generic question out there. And we'll pick it up tomorrow. So there's still a little bit of aerodynamics that we need to cover for the purposes of tomorrow. We're going to cover left-hand turning tendencies. Then we're going to cover the G-forces in terms of the load factors. And then we're going to move directly into aircraft systems and so forth. So let's see. Mike, you bought your Sporty's Ground School. Awesome. So you got the E6B calculator. Great. Make sure you read the instructions before you come to class at the end there. All right, so with that, I am going to step out. We'll leave the chat open for the next 8 or 10 minutes. You can ask or fire away any last minute questions out there, but need to save my voice for tomorrow and the rest of the week here. Other than that, been a pleasure teaching you guys again. This is the way we want things to kind of go off without a hitch. So, but you know how technology goes. Other than that, great to have everybody back, and we will see everybody tomorrow at 5 p.m. for the continuation of lesson number 2. So with that, take care, everyone. Have a great night.